Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senators. Today is Thursday, February 20th. We thank you for joining the Finance Committee. Today we're going to hear 11 bills. I will read the order. If you're the sponsor, you have as much time as you need. If you are a witness, please limit your testimony to 2 minutes. I'm Senator Pam Vidal, Chair of the committee, and with me is my wonderful Vice Chair, Senator Hayes. Did you have something you want to say, Senator Hayes?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, today is a very special day. We have one among us who's celebrating his birthday. So that is the very own Kamal Clark, who's our committee spy. Wish him a happy 30th birthday today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
To be 30 again. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So here's the bill order. We're going to start with Senator Jackson, and you can come to the table and bring your panel if you have one. And then Senate Bill 652, 734, 631, 671, 672, 689, 659, 614, 750, 754. And after all that, I'm going to say it's subject to change depending on the presence of my senators who sometimes have to go to other committees, or we're waiting for someone from another committee to come here. But that's the expected order. So Senator Jackson, you should have with you Ricky Cox, Sheriff Ricky Cox, and Thomas Phelps, correct?
Good morning.
And we're going to hear Calvert County Sheriff, Deputy Sheriffs, and Correctional Deputies collective bargaining. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. For the record, Senator Michael Jackson, District 27, representing Charles, Prince George's, and Calvert counties. Today, I'm here on behalf of Senate Bill 767. Senate Bill 767 is a piece of legislation dealing with collective bargaining for correctional officers and deputies in Calvert County. The legislation would apply only to full-time deputy sheriffs and correctional deputies in Calvert County Sheriff's Office at the rank of major and below, and any agreements reached between the parties will require the ratification of the sheriff, the county commissioners, and an exclusive representative of the officers. The legislation came to me from both Sheriff Cox as well as the Calvert County FOP as a means to better represent the officers charged to serving the citizens of Calvert County. It's a very simple piece of legislation that will provide Calvert County law enforcement officers with the same labor protections provided to a myriad of other law enforcement agencies. Most recently, Madam Chair and Committee, Washington County. This is mirrored behind Washington County Sheriff's Office. As each of you know, I have a little background in both sides of this issue, having served both as the elected FOP representative and the elected sheriff of Prince George's County. This is why this issue is important to me. Both sides need to have good faith established by a statutory guarantee provided by collective bargaining. This is all the bill does, and this is all we're trying to do. I'm joined here today by Sheriff Ricky Cox and Tommy Phelps from the Calvert County FOP. And Madam Chair, before I ask for, obviously we would like a favorable report, but I'll also say that they do outstanding work, and I wouldn't be sitting here otherwise. So I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Sheriff Cox.
Good morning, Sheriff Cox on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, representing the FOP too as well. But good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the members. Again, thank you for having us this morning. Senator Jackson, thank you for the work that he's put in as he's a former sheriff and a partner of mine, has done the job before. He knows the work that goes into it. Supporting your members, supporting people who work for you is very important to me. That's why we're here this morning with this bill. But not only does it support the members that work for us, not only at the Sheriff's Office, but the correctional deputies as well is involved in this. As a sheriff, more accurate reporting and budgeting, I think, is very important to me as well, what this bill allows me to do, and being collective with our money and with our budget as well. It makes it very important for me to go ahead forward with this. And it also helps us to develop an MOU with the commissioners, because we do have change in leadership over the years, the sheriff, the county commissioners as well. And this will allow us to have things in writing, an MOU, and put into place with their pay for the deputies and correctional deputies. But thank you again. And do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Let's hear from Mr. Phelps, and then we'll see if there's questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Thomas Phelps. I'm speaking for the Calvert County Sheriff's Office Fraternal Police Lodge 109 in favor of Senate Bill 767 as written. Improving the relationship between citizens and law enforcement starts with being able to recruit and retain professional and competent men and women to serve the community. Including public safety employees at the table to discuss wages and health benefits with their employers is an integral part of this. These decisions lead to a mutual understanding that increases the morale among employees by compensating with a marketable rate and allowing them to plan for future financial decisions. In today's world where law enforcement recruiting is harder than ever, competitive salaries make all the difference in hiring qualified applicants needed. Collective bargaining also has a history of improving the employer-employee relationship through achieving a common ground on issues for both parties. As I prepared my testimony today, I happened to notice the communities that each of you on this committee serve. Every one of you represent a county that currently has public safety collective bargaining. Calvert County is one of the few counties left in the state of Maryland that doesn't afford this right to their public safety employees. The men and women of the Calvert County Sheriff's Office and the Detention Center put their lives on the line every day to protect our streets and neighborhoods. You have the right to be involved in decisions which affect us. I ask for your favorable report on Senate Bill 767 as written, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it looks like, I was looking through the testimony, it looks like the Board of County Commissioners wants to be removed from the bill. Is there an amendment that's going to be put in, or was there a conversation
I
about
think
that?
there should be an amendment that'll be sent up favorable with amendment.
Okay.
And that's, those are discussions that are going on.
Correct. Thank you, Senator. Good question. We've had these discussions before, but the way our budget process worked in our county, the Calvert County Commissioners control my entire budget. So negotiating with me about pay, leave, and health benefits, I really have no control over. So bargaining with the sheriff, which I don't have the purse strings to my budget, it's kind of useless at this point. So that's why I would like the commissioners to be involved in this as well. So we have that good working relationship to allow fair pay for our deputies.
All right, thank you.
Senator Hayes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think my question was along the same lines as Senator Jackson. The sheriff is elected separate and apart from the other elected offices. Is that what's going on here?
Yes, Senator.
And then the county commissioners are elected separately as well.
Yes.
But there is some input that's needed on behalf of the county commissioners on stuff like health benefits and stuff like that.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And this bill guarantees us a meeting at the table along with our FOP, as myself as the sheriff as well, and bargaining with the county commissioners to have fair pay and leave.
Which seems like what you're asking makes a lot of sense. I think what's confusing to us is the county commissioners are asking to be taken out, which if they're the ones who are responsible for setting these things, they have to be a part of this.
I've spent my entire career here with this agency. So the last 20 years, we've been asking for collective bargaining because throughout the years, there's been backdoor deals done.
Right.
Then we have new elections and there's a different sheriff, different commissioners in place. And those deals never follow through because this collective bargaining has never been put in place, which puts it in writing with the MOU so we can follow some type of, because we had a health issue, you had to leave, but we got a new commissioner in there, so everything's written and put in place. So if something that does like that happen to me or anybody else, that's in writing.
Gotcha.
Currently, the commissioners set the pay scale.
Right.
They set this also includes health benefits. They set the co-pays. The sheriff's office has nothing to do with that other than whatever they set. So to take the commissioners out of this bill
Would make sense.
would be
And I would imagine the commissioners are responsible for passing a balanced budget for the county.
correct.
And whatever decisions are made will have an impact on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you all so very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So taking out the commissioners would basically make the bill useless. You'd be
Absolutely.
negotiating with your deputies with no say from the commissioners, and then they could just say no to everything.
Correct.
Thank you for that. Thank you for zeroing in. Any other questions for this panel? No? That ends the bill hearing on Senate Bill 767. Thank you, and thank you both for your service.
God bless.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
Senate Bill 652, local government, local personnel, leave with pay. Senator Jennings, David Dragics.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to be back in the Finance Committee after all these years. For the record, Senate Bill 652, Senator Jennings. Senate Bill 652 simply expands the eligibility of the Time to Serve Act of 2024 that both the Senate and the House passed unanimously and was signed into law by the governor last year. Currently, that law increases the number of days of annual military leave in a 12-month period from 15 days to 30 days for disaster service leave for Maryland state employees who serve in a reserve component of the uniformed services and who meet specific American Red Cross criteria. This bill expands it to local governments and municipalities. This is enabling, it is not mandating, so it's up to the municipalities and the locals if they would like to adopt this. There are two amendments. One clarifies that employers may provide this, again, not mandating, and two, the clarifying language makes it up to the 30 days for the disaster service leave and up to 30 days for the pay with leave. Again, I want to thank the Maryland Military Coalition to working with myself and Delegate Griffith in the House with this piece of legislation, and look forward to this committee's support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. David, did you want to?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of Senator Jennings' bill. I'm Dave Dragics, a retired Army colonel and the legislative director of the Maryland Military Coalition. The coalition strongly supports SB 652 as it will level the playing field in National Guard and Reserve units in Maryland, where there are service members who are employees of the state of Maryland and employees of a local jurisdiction or municipality. Last year, we supported the Time to Serve Act when it was heard before this committee. At that time, we also encouraged the committee to consider enabling legislation to address the disparity between state and local government employees. Senate Bill 652 corrects that problem. Absent this legislation, members of the Guard and Reserve who are employees at the local government level will continue to be at a disadvantage because they will only have 15 days of disaster service leave or 15 days of annual military leave. In the case of military leave, this forces them to use personal leave to attend any schooling that is part of their career development and for the potential for promotion. The Act last year increased both types of leave for state employees to 30 days. So the Maryland Military Coalition sees no reason why this bill this year shouldn't do the same for employees at the local government level who are members of the Guard and Reserve and serve alongside state employees in those units. So the Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports Senate Bill 652 and asks for a favorable report from the Finance Committee. And we would like to thank Senator Jennings for sponsoring this bill and his support of the uniformed services, especially those who will be positively impacted by this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Do I have any questions of the sponsor or this witness? Seeing no questions, thank you. We have one favorable with amendment, and it's Bill George.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Bill George with the Maryland Municipal League here today in support of Senate Bill 652 with amendment. Want to thank Senator Jennings specifically for working with us and MACO on the clarifying amendment that he mentioned that would just, supremely clarify that this is an employer option at the local level. Local governments, oftentimes don't have the financial capacity to compete with the private sector for employees recruitment. So excellent fringe benefits is oftentimes something that sets them apart. And having another tool in the toolbox to offer to potential employees is something that's really enticing to our members, particularly as it's set up to be an option. So with that, ask for a favorable report with the sponsor amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? No, thank you very much. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 652. Now we'll go to hear Bill 734, Business Regulation Licensing, Definition of Storage Warehouse. We have Senator McKay and Bruce Bariano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was getting dressed today, I thought, how can I compliment the chair? I thought, what if I wore the shirt that would complement the blazer that she's wearing today and work on the most possible way of passage of Senate Bill 734? You told me what to do last night.
I want to know how you knew what blazer I was wearing today before you decided.
I'll lead that to my intel. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, never before under Maryland state law has self-storage facilities ever been required to obtain a business permit from the Office of the Comptroller. Now, back in 2022, Senate Bill 496 was passed by both committees in the legislature and the chamber and signed into law, which recodifies this section of the law concerning the Comptroller's Office and business permits. And in that law was passed a clarifying language that the business permit did not include a self-storage facility to be consistent with previous law. Now, confirming the outcome, the Maryland Comptroller's Office put out one of those tax alerts in October of 2022, and it read in relevant parts that the self-storage warehouses were excluded from the requirement of obtaining a self-storage warehouse license. Thereafter, unfortunately, because this clarifying amendment in the 2022 legislation was not actually put into the actual definition of the law as licenses required for storage warehouses, the Comptroller's Office subsequently issued another tax alert, reversing their position and stating that self-storage facilities had to obtain a state business license. Now, this legislation is consistent with the law that was passed in 2022, but it puts into the definition of the law concerning storage warehouses requiring business licenses in the Comptroller's Office that such a requirement does not include self-storage facilities. As stated, there was never a provision in the law, nor was there practice whereby self-storage facilities had to obtain such business license from the Office of the Comptroller. And with this, the bill, that is to clarify in the right place of the law. When this problem arose, the Office of the Comptroller was communicated with and agreed to hold off any enforcement action. We thank for that. And in a matter for us to be able to clarify the correcting the statute, which Senate Bill 734 does. Now, it is my understanding from further communications with the Comptroller's Office that they have no opposition to this legislation, and I urge you to please give Senate Bill 734 an awesome and wonderful report.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Bariano, do you have anything to add?
Yes. Briefly, Madam Chair, members of the Finance Committee. Madam Chair, you may recall you and I worked very closely on this when you did the recodification for the clerk's office. And we did an amendment which you were very kind to clarify. It did not include self-storage facilities because they never had required to receive such a permit. Well, apparently, and everyone's acting properly and what have you, but the Attorney General's office says that that language that was put in the bill back in 2022, Madam Chair, should have been in another place where you defined self-storage facility. And that's why the confusion, and all of a sudden they've switched gears on their tax alerts. So all this bill does, and I know you're very familiar with it and you were very helpful with it, is put the language in the right place so the Attorney General's office is satisfied so they don't go after self-storage facilities, which are different than storage warehouses, you know, for a permit, which they've never had to have. It's really clarifying and very technical, and I would urge your favorable consideration. And I'm glad you're still here in your chair because you remember this, and we worked very carefully on this.
Mr. Mariano, some days I don't remember my name, so.
But I know you remember this one.
Senator Ellis, you have a question?
Yeah, a quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator McKay, for having me thinking about storage warehouse and self-storage, and you brought that up, and I thought I was with you, and then you lost me. So is there a difference between self-storage facility where people go and store their stuff and a storage warehouse?
Oh, most definitely, most definitely. Storage warehouse, or you go into certain counties. Well, you go to Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
That's a storage warehouse. The trucks come in and they take them all over the place. Self-storage, as you know, you go in. It's all self. You have the key. What you put in there, as long as it's not illegal or flammable, the owner doesn't even know. So that's the difference. It's really night and day.
Okay, so this storage warehouse, you're talking about like your proverbial, the Amazon.
That's not affected at all by this.
Okay.
This is just self-storage facilities which never have had to have a permit issued by the comptroller's office. Now, if you have a self-storage facility in a jurisdiction, you're going to have to get a local county or municipal permit.
So this bill have to do with storage warehouses, period?
This bill only deals with self-storage warehouses.
Self-storage. Okay, but it says definition of storage warehouse. Am I looking at the wrong bill?
If you look at, please, storage warehouse on page 1, line 21, means a building or structure for the keeping of goods for a fee. And then if you go to page 2, it clarifies that storage warehouse does not include a self-service storage facility.
Okay, I see what you're
So that's where we're taking them out.
We're taking out self-storage service facilities.
Okay, so to take that out, you have to go into the space of defined storage warehouse.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, great.
And and the bill that was passed in 2022 by the chair had it in another place. The Attorney General's office says that doesn't count. It's got to be where the definition is. So that's what this bill does. Just trying to keep the Attorney General's office happy.
Thanks for clearing it up for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for this panel?
Thank you
No
very much.
questions? That
And
ends the
thank you
hearing.
to the sponsor of the bill.
Thank you. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 734. Next, we have Senator Mary Washington is here for 3 bills. And we're going to start with Senate Bill 631, Commission on Abandoned and Neglected Maryland Cemeteries Establishment. And Senator Washington, you have Yvonne Fisher, David Zinner, and then we're going to bring up your virtuals, Christine Simmons and Eileen McGuckin.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
People can join. And then, Madam, while the others are welcome to testify, my sponsor panel is Mr. Zimmer and Ms. Fisher. Thanks. Good afternoon. We know that the care of our loved ones once they're passed is very important, and we have set policies around that, and I'm sure this committee, as many others, have heard from different sectors of cemeteries, veteran cemeteries, historic cemeteries, and there has just been, a lot of sort of individual bills addressing this broad issue. The individuals here, including those online as well as that here, came to me to ask me to put this bill in. And what this bill does is raises from just an advisory council on some business relations to the secretary to really being able to be a commission so that they can be able to look at the full range or the practices more broadly. I was convinced when they said that no matter what the practice, whether it's hydrology, whether it's cremation, or no matter what it is, ultimately our cemeteries are very often are the final resting place, and that these businesses and these lands are where have the longest relationship with us. So I said, yeah, you're right, because I don't take creating commissions lightly. So I do believe that this bill is a critical step towards addressing the growing problem of abandoned and neglected cemeteries. And also that we know that there are countless ones across the state. And many of these sites have fallen into disrepair. And the situations that's led to them is that the individuals or the cemeteries themselves don't have authority. There's some issues around fencing. Even if individuals like you see here who would want to volunteer to help keep some of the cemeteries, in good repair, they're not able to because of some of the existing laws. So this commission would bring together a diverse group of experts and members and state representatives to develop some standards, to create an inventory, which we don't have an inventory, to coordinate with local governments and to make recommendations. And this bill is building on, as I said earlier, a lot of prior efforts. Last year, HB 828 was introduced, which took an initial step, creating a fund. However, again, we think that it's clear that we have an even larger need to move forward. Since July of last year, these advocates, as well as some preservationists and geologists, have been thinking and collaborating and looking for an opportunity to help us provide a structure and to identify resources to address some of these challenges. So I think you should hear from them because they've really have been the ones to do the works on this. I am coming to understand that cemeteries are more than just burial sites. They are places of history and culture and community memory, and they tell a story of our past. And they really deserve to be preserved and protected and to have other Marylanders who can help us ensure that they can continue to be the sacred places that they are. So I ask you for your consideration of the testimony that you'll hear and your favorable report from Senate Bill SB 31. I'd like to just start with Ms. Fisher and then David Zinner, and then the others can decide how to go.
Thank you, Senator. So is David next?
Ms. Fisher's on Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Fisher?
These are the people I
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay. We can hear you.
My name is Yvonne Fisher. I'm a member of the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocacy Group. I have been also a member of the Advisory Council for the Office of Cemetery Oversight for 9 years. My testimony today is not as a representative of the council. There have been many studies in other states demonstrating the usefulness of having a central database that allows the authorities that govern cemeteries and burial sites to have an accurate ability to address issues in a more efficient way. Inventories increase in magnitude and require abundance of people traveling throughout the state, mapping each and every site. Once that's completed, there would be research needed to determine ownership, current standing with the Office of Cemeteries Oversight. This would enable them to classify abandoned cemeteries once that's determined. To create a database or an inventory, it would be necessary to have individuals assigned. I have, in my mind, thought that in conversation, college students would be an extremely efficient way of doing this. They would get college credit. They would also get experience into this type of, research. And it would also be cost effective, understanding that the state does not have large funding at this time. Given the budgetary restraints, it is important that in order to accomplish this goal, we become creative, we become very inclusive into allowing many groups to participate in the process to ultimately attain the result that we would like to have. Thank you.
Thank you. And now David. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Zinner. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee. I am the coordinator of this group called the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates. I'm going to tell you about them in a minute. But I'm also a consumer representative on the Maryland Advisory Council on Cemetery Operations. But again, I am not representing them. And it's important for us to say we're not representing them. This group that we pulled together that all of us who are testifying today are part of is a group of not professional lobbyists, no one being paid. We have no paid staff. We don't even have a bank account. We drafted language for 7 different bills, but what we are is passionate about cemetery work and experienced. All of us have hands-on experience working in cemeteries, understanding the real needs. And we know that there are lots of ways to improve cemeteries that are abandoned and neglected in the state. We know that not everything is about how much money we have, but it's about how we can leverage other resources to help do really good work, how we can identify abandoned, neglected cemeteries, how we can leverage funds, whether from outside foundations or from individual donations, or whether it's from just using volunteer labor, or working with vendors who currently do lawn care, for example, and seeing if they'll donate services. So this commission that we're proposing is, I know there's a fiscal note on it, but we think we've been in discussion with the Office of Cemetery Oversight about the possibility of having this fiscal note go away. But we think it's really important to bring together advocates for cemeteries to be able to focus their work with a state official name so that we can more easily raise funds to do this good work. And thank you very much for considering the bill. And thank you to Senator Washington for being our sponsor.
Thank you. So we're going to see, does anyone have questions for Senator Washington and her panel, Ms. Fisher and Mr. Zinner? Any questions? Senator Hayes?
Just a quick question. So no one here on this panel represents the Office of Cemetery Oversight, right?
That's correct.
But there's also a separate regulatory board, the funeral directors or whatever. How would they play a role in this, especially if you're looking at funeral practices?
So the mortuary board regulates funeral homes, and the Office of Cemetery Oversight regulates certain types of cemeteries. And the mortuary board is under Department of Health. The Office of Cemetery Oversight is under Department of Labor. They do have to work together on crematory issues. There's a mandate to have the same regulations for both, but other than that, it's really very separate. So the process when someone dies and they go to a funeral home, the funeral home coordinates the process to get the person to the cemetery, and then they're done. But the cemetery has to take care of their land and the people buried there for hundreds and hundreds of years. And so it's a very different mindset, right? It's like you must have a long-term view if you're doing cemetery work. And when cemeteries become abandoned or neglected, the cemetery doesn't go away, right? The cemetery is still there. It needs to be taken care of.
Right. And so the scope of the study would be...
This is not the study bill, Senator. This is the commission bill. We can discuss that.
Oh, there's 2 different bills. So we're on 671?
Yep, we're on 631.
Oh, 631. Never mind. Thank you.
Still a great question.
We'll get to that, yes. Yes, yes.
Senator Lamb has a question.
Thank you. This kind of touched on what Senator Hayes was saying, but I'm curious because there are multiple cemetery bills here. Why were these bills taken separately? Why were they not packaged into one?
Well, first of all, we're amateurs. We're not paid lobbyists. This is our first attempt to really comprehensively address these situations. We saw that the different pieces could be addressed separately. For example, we put together a bill on penalties, and we didn't think that overlapped the commission work. We put together a bill on setting up a fund that would be an income tax checkoff, but we realized that that might not pass, but we still wanted to get started on the work. So we're passionate about this, and we sort of put all of our energy into seeing how we could comprehensively address the issues that we know exist. Maybe we should have put it all into one, but we did the best we could. Let me say it that way.
And Senator, if I could give you some insight. So I was presented with those, and I believe they have found other sponsors, but I wanted to sponsor aspects of their package that I felt were foundational. You know, this is very clear. This is about the actual cemetery. And then as you talk next, I did convince that the study bill is actually my bill and is a version of a bill that we've passed before, where I said, look, this is a way to actually study all these other things and perhaps in the years to come up with a more comprehensive package. So
Yeah, I'm familiar with that because I'm one of the other sponsors.
Yes, exactly.
And we want to
Yes.
thank you for being, and also for Senator
Yes.
Jackson for being sponsors of some
Yeah,
of the.
no, that's
So-
totally understand that. I was just wondering that in the context of
And
we
I
have
didn't know
bill
who the
limits,
other-
and so we're generating another 5, 6, 7 bills. So just
That's right.
was wondering if these could be packaged together into one.
I don't have a problem with, how it works. So wasn't
Right.
aware of the others. I knew this is one that I felt comfortable with.
Yeah,
But the
no.
study bill is
I get it.
a bill that I've been working on. So.
Can I add to that response? So on the House side, the House and Government Operations has formed a subcommittee to look at 5 of the bills to I think, do exactly what you're saying. They formed a subcommittee. It's probably going to meet next week. And we're going to be getting back to our Senate wonderful sponsors and saying, let's see what they come up with on the House side.
Right, that's how that works. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, great.
I don't see any other questions for the sponsor panel, and now we have 2 favorables at the table, Christine Simmons and Eileen McGuckin.
Good morning. I'm Eileen McGuckie, and I'm the president of the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites, which is an all-volunteer nonprofit that since 1992 has advocated for improvement at cemeteries and for needed changes in state law. In 2021 and 22, I served on the committee that was charged by the House and Senate Joint Chairman to survey citizens and study historic African-American cemeteries and recommend strategies to improve their current situations and futures. This is a copy of the report. I will leave a summary of this down each aisle here for you, and you may take a look at it. One of the major recommendations that came out of that effort was to address ownership and title issues for abandoned and neglected cemeteries, and we're here to follow up on some of those recommendations for not only African American cemeteries, but all Maryland cemeteries. Too many Maryland cemeteries can be described as abandoned. A variety of causes come into play. The church disbanded, the congregation aged out or moved away, records were lost, corporate requirements were unattended to, families sold their farms, the developers didn't honor the little enclosures on the hill. Sadly, we know that African American cemeteries were overrepresented in the numbers of abandoned and unmaintained sites today, and historically many have been dismissed as less important or intentionally mistreated. One of the most common causes of abandonment is unknown ownership. Until it's without proven recorded ownership, it's impossible to take steps to resolve problems or even to organize a cleanup, be officially recognized, or apply for a grant. And I currently serve on the boards of 2 formerly neglected cemeteries who had to deal with that. Other states have tackled this problem. New York, South Carolina, and Georgia define the terms. They authorize counties and municipalities to take action to remedy solutions, and Maryland needs this ability too. S-Bill 631 is an ideal companion to S-Bill 963, and it'll address a longstanding problem, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christine.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the Finance Committee. For the record, I'm Christine Simmons. I'm representing the Anne Arundel Genealogical Society and the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Associates. There's no single state agency overseeing all cemeteries. State agencies are usually involved with cemeteries only when there's an issue with a particular cemetery. Ownership and lack of a contact person who can permit maintenance are 2 of the most pressing issues. A commission would be able to coordinate with the Maryland Department of Assessment and Taxation to assign a tax account number to cemeteries, many of which are unlisted due to their tax-exempt status. The Office of Cemetery Oversight deals with primarily issues regarding operating commercial cemeteries. The Maryland Historical Trust generally consults with those wishing to alter something at their cemetery, such as adding fencing, removing dead trees, etc. The State Highway Administration deals with cemeteries that are located in rights-of-way or currently proposed managed state roadways. These all have different interests and abilities. None work with providing protections for all the cemeteries in Maryland. Coordination of state and local jurisdictions would ensure that cemetery protections are either already in place or put in place. A commission would guarantee that cemeteries are included in a standard database and create the ability for them to be preserved with donations and a tax checkoff. They could provide a guidance and support to descendants and others, showing them how to properly maintain and improve management at cemeteries. I look forward to your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no questions for this panel. Thank you very much. This ends the hearing on Senate Bill 631. We're going to start Senate Bill 671, Office of Cemetery Oversight, Study of Death Care and Funeral Practices. And we have Senator Mary Washington, David Zinner, and again, Yvonne Fisher virtually.
That's great.
Christine, you're welcome to just stay at the table and wait.
Thank you.
You just signed up for that too, so that's fine. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, great. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Senator Mary Washington, for the record, here to present Senate Bill 671 for your consideration, Study of Death Care Practices. If you might recall, last session, there was a House bill. It came through the EE committee out of the E&T that we amended to make more comprehensive, and that bill did not pass, didn't make it by the end of session. So what you have before you is the bill as passed by the Senate, but because we are looking at more broadly the Office of overall practices, I felt that it was really important that that not only the environmental components of death practices be looked at, but we look at it as a business as well, as just an overall, industry. So this bill asks the Office of Cemetery Oversight, in consultation with state agencies and others, to look at the environmental concerns, whatever regulatory gaps there might be, whatever public health risks there might be, and as a way to get towards looking at this comprehensive approach. As you know, death care as an industry is under a lot of different divisions, and it's in a lot of different places. So while this is not the bill that the advocate, the sponsors of those who testify in the last bill, this bill wasn't their initial idea, but when I laid forward, said, hey, this is a way to really look at it comprehensively and to better inform what next steps there might be. So that's what I will ask for your favorable report. I know that there will be questions, so I am prepared to ask questions, but I would like to have the three explain to you why they also felt like they were willing to testify for this bill as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we can start with Mr. Zinner and then.
Hello again, I'm David Zinner, and thank you for allowing us to testify, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee. I am the coordinator of this group of amateur folks, the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates, but I'm also a consumer representative on the Advisory Council for Cemetery Oversight, and I am not representing them today. When Senator Washington talked to us about this bill, we were pretty enthusiastic about supporting it because we understand that the whole death care industry is very divided up. For example, the mortuary board, as I mentioned before, is under the Department of Health, and the cemetery office of cemetery oversight's under the Department of Labor. But then the health department gets involved in certain permitting activities, and the state's attorneys get involved in certain approvals of disinterments, and courts get involved in certain kinds of other, questions about cemetery sales. And there's the environmental issues alone can be extremely important. I happen to be one of the people who actually goes into funeral homes to wash dead bodies. There are citizens who do this who are part of the Jewish community, part of the Muslim community, and a number of other communities. So we not only see the front end of the funeral homes, but we see the back end too. And we know things like maybe there's an eye wash, and maybe it's right there and available for us in case something gets in our eyes. But maybe it's on the top shelf and not really that available. There's issues in cemeteries in terms of there's certain crematories that are located on cemetery grounds and some crematories that are associated with funerals. And the regulations of those crematories is divided between the Office of Cemetery Oversight and the Mortuary Board. And that makes for the implementation of the regulation a little tricky. We also know that there's sometimes hazardous materials throughout the whole death care industry, and those need to be really looked at carefully. So we thank Senator Washington for bringing this bill forward, and our group is fully in support. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And Ms. Fisher, you're virtual. You want to unmute?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, my name is Yvonne Fisher. I'm a member of the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Advocates, and we are a group of individuals with an extensive knowledge of cemetery issues. I'm also a member of the Maryland Advisory Council for the Cemetery Oversight for 9 years. My testimony today is not as a representative of the council. The Office of Cemetery Oversight has been a part of studies about the hazards that are associated with not only crematories, but in cemeteries. There have been studies about the soil samples, air samples. All of these studies are needed to, one, protect the communities at large, but the studies also make it pertinent for all those individuals that are directly involved in cemeteries and crematories about the decomposition of bodies and how they may and may not affect surrounding communities. To facilitate a study such as this, a structured process is required, and it's support from all agencies in terms of environmental groups. Oversight, the cost is prohibitive for cemetery oversight alone, but the cooperation from many agencies could make these types of studies and facilitate moving forward for best practices being accomplished. So having this bill move forward means that we are instituting the first leg of the possibility of making all industries safe, most definitely the cemetery industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Do I have any?
I'm okay if she testifies.
Do I have any questions for this favorable panel or the sponsor? I see no questions. Thank you. Next, we have Walter Nathan Malloy. Is he here? Come on up. Do we have two people favorable with amendment, Christine Simmons and Walter Malloy? So.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. You have one more bill. Don't go away, Senator. Christine, would you like to start again? Favorable with amendment?
Okay. Again, I am Christine Simmons. I represent the Anne Arundel Genealogical Society and the Maryland Cemetery Legislative Associates. I believe the entire subject of death care and funeral practices is due for a review since there have been so many changes in the industry. A majority of individuals are no longer buried intact or buried in private family cemeteries. Laws regarding air and groundwater pollution are much more stringent than they were 50 years ago. Green burials and water cremations are becoming more common. Few older death certificates or obituaries include information on the final disposition of the deceased. There's no requirement for funeral homes to hold their records. I know of one funeral home that disposes of their records after 2 years. They may have their records closed due to what they call privacy issues. Disinterment and reinterment permits are required but not necessarily kept after the person has been moved. They should be kept in a repository. Times change, customs change, and the physical landscape where these remains are placed all need to be reevaluated. Thank you for your support of this bill.
Thank you. And Mr. Malloy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Walter Nathan Malloy, Jr. I am an attorney and am the lobbyist for the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association. I am also a funeral home owner, and my family also owns a cemetery. And my family owns March Funeral Homes and Marshall March Funeral Homes and March Life Tribute Center of Maryland. But I am here today on behalf of the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association to support this bill with amendments. Since 1919, the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association has been dedicated to professionalism, integrity, and the highest ethical standards in funeral service in Maryland. Our membership is comprised of funeral service professionals who have committed their lives to serving the needs of the families of Maryland at the time of the death of a loved one. Senate Bill 671, Section E3, identifies specific trade groups and organizations from whom the Office of Cemetery Oversight shall solicit input from, like the Funeral Consumer Alliance, the Green Burial Council, and the Coalition to Protect Maryland Burial Sites. Yet it fails to specifically identify the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association in Maryland. We believe that the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association should have a seat at the table and have input in the report and the bill. So therefore, the Maryland Funeral Directors Association respectfully requests to be amended to specifically include the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association as one of the trade groups and organizations in Section E3. Thank you very much, and I'll submit on that.
Do I have any questions for this panel? I don't see any questions. Thank you. This ends the hearing for Senate Bill 671. Senator Washington, we're now going to do Senate Bill 672, Economic Development, Baltimore Convention and Tourism Redevelopment and Operating Authority. Senator Mary Washington is bringing up Matt Campbell and Justin Williams as her panel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, in this capacity, I'm Senator Mary Washington, Chair of the Baltimore City Delegation.
Okay.
And what you have before you is a bill that I've submitted on behalf of, at the request of the Baltimore City Administration. This bill would establish the Baltimore Convention and Tourism Redevelopment and Operating Authority. As we all know, the Baltimore Convention Center is a significant economic driver for our city and our state, generating over $225 million annually and supporting more than 1,600 jobs. However, without some change, the administration feels this economic engine is at risk. SB 672 was built on recommendations from a 2024 task force that was formed, and the bill sponsors panel here will review the key provisions of this legislation as well as the context of the task force. Thank you for your attention. I respectfully request that you consider SB 672. As you know, you have Matt Campbell, Executive Director of the Baltimore City Convention Center, and you have Deputy Mayor Justin Williams. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Justin Williams, Deputy Mayor for Community and Economic Development. On here, it's probably a refreshing turn that this is legislation that will be revenue generating for you all as you face a tough budget time. The convention industry is perhaps one of the best businesses for government that people come, fly in, drive in, spend their money and leave, and get to keep their tax dollars. Baltimore is experiencing unprecedented momentum right now with over $7 billion in planned investment in the downtown area. and the transformative redevelopment of Harbor Place occurring in the next few years. The legislation, as Senator Washington mentioned, is before you comes out of the task force work. The task force was formed by you all last year, which started the fundamental challenge facing the convention center, which is that currently it's one of the few in the country that are operated and owned by a municipal government. The challenges are many, but the key ones that are worth pointing out is that the current city procurement processes don't respond to a rapid fire environment. This is different. Procuring work at the convention center is different than like building a road or building a bridge. This is stuff that revenue generates. Also, the job classifications under the convention center don't always align with city job classifications. And most critically, as a city center, they are forced to compete for capital funding with essential city services like police, fire, and schools. This is a big point in Baltimore where the city does not retain its sales tax, and so the revenue generated by the convention center doesn't return to the state or the city coffers in the same way. So we aren't as incentivized, or we have to make tough choices to invest in the center. So this is where the vision is for the authority to have a joint state membership and to have our incentives aligned to invest in the center. There's some amendments before you that we're working with labor, but the big point to address there is that there's no intent to privatize. We want to keep the staff in place, and I'm happy to answer any further questions that the members have any. And we ask for your support.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Campbell?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bidell, Vice Chair Hayes, members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 672. My name is Matt Campbell, and I am proud to serve as the Executive Director of the Baltimore Convention Center. Historically, the Convention Center has been a strong investment, generating nearly $30 million in state tax and $12.5 million for the city every year, hundreds of millions of dollars in direct spending annually, while supporting thousands of jobs. But today I stand before you with both urgency and optimism because we are at a crossroads. Post-COVID, we've faced great challenges, namely rising operational costs, more failing infrastructure, and increased competition from cities with newer, better-equipped facilities. As an example, where most other convention centers our size have $5 to $8 million in their annual capital budget, we have $400,000. These types of inequities we can eventually fix with this bill, but in the meantime, more events go elsewhere. We know that with the right investment, Baltimore can compete and win. You will hear from Vanessa Finney today, whose Mid-Atlantic Nursery Trade Show has called us home for over 4 decades. We also won big this year when we secured the 2033 ASAE annual meeting. This Association for Associations brings with it an economic impact between 15 and 18 million over just 4 days, with a strong promise of future business if we do our job right. Conventions put money in the pockets of our residents and businesses while proving that people want to come to Baltimore, but we must give clients a facility that meets modern expectations. Senate Bill 672 is not the final answer, but it is the next step. For years, the Convention Center delivered a 4-to-1 return on investment for the state. While that ratio hasn't held since COVID, we know we can do it again if we can close more business and remain competitive. This bill lays the foundation for an authority that will benefit Marylanders across the state from Garrett to Worcester and everywhere in between. I've provided video clips as part of my written testimony to reinforce our need. I also urge, come visit us at the Baltimore Convention Center and see for yourself what we're up against and what we make possible. An investment in Baltimore is an investment in Maryland's future, one that creates jobs, strengthens businesses, and drives tourism spending statewide. I respectfully urge you to support Senate Bill 672, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Perfect. Senator Gall has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, just not so much a question, just a statement. I appreciate you bringing this bill, Senator, and I appreciate folks from Baltimore City for being here. I used to live actually down the street from the Baltimore City Convention Center in Otterbein. I would go through there frequently, took the bar exam there for multiple events. It's really needed, a lot of improvement, and it is really needed. It has such great potential. And so I really am excited about the plans for it there. Appreciate everything that you do, and I appreciate this bill. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any other, oh, I do. Vice Chair Hayes.
Sorry, came in just a little bit late. Senator Washington, I know this has been presented in front of the City Senate delegation. We haven't yet taken a vote on it yet, but is the expectation that we would consider it in delegation before this bill moves forward? Is that true?
Absolutely, and I know there's some interest in amendments, and we will absolutely provide a full package.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if this panel can answer it, and maybe we need to look into it. It was just brought to my attention that this would create the authority would be a politic, what is, the authority is a body politic and corporate entity of the state, right? Is there a reason why it's the state versus the city? Or could someone, if you don't have the answer now, can someone look into that and give us an answer? I didn't realize that earlier. Can we follow up on that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I see no other questions for this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call up the 5 favorables. Analia Shimniak, Christine Paranis, Patrick Hosford, Vanessa Finney, and Nina Themilis. If you all come to the table, please. Who am I missing? I called 5.
I'm from Baltimore City, Nina Themilis. I just signed up in case there are any special, additional questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Kristen, you want to start?
Sure, I'm happy to. Good afternoon, Chair Bidel, Vice Chair Hayes, and the entire Finance Committee. I'm Kristen Peronis. I'm with Visit Annapolis and Anne Arundel County. Just want to stop there for a second and say you're probably wondering why Visit Annapolis and Anne Arundel County and not Baltimore City. I will, because it was really funny, frankly. I was really impressed by myself. I'm Kristen Peronis. I'm with Visit Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, and my comment was, you're probably wondering why I am from Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, their destination marketing organization in support of this bill. And the fact is, if Baltimore City is strong, we feel it all around the state, and in particular in our region, especially the BWI corridor. We represent, in Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, 20% of the visitors to the entire state of Maryland. And that's pretty impressive right there. When Baltimore City is strong, we're even stronger. And so in talking to all of our partners, we absolutely see this as an investment in not just the region, but the state. And I know that I put in some written testimony with additional details and all sorts of background, but I just wanted to be here to see all of you, say how important this is to our destination, and to answer any questions that you might have.
You? Who would like to go next?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bidel and Vice Chair Hayes, and esteemed members of the Finance Committee. My name's Analia Shimonek. I'm the General Manager of the Renaissance Harbor Place Hotel in Baltimore City. My hotel employs over 250 full-time team members, a small representation of those who work in the hospitality tourism space in the city and state. My hotel is the 3rd largest hotel in Baltimore City with 622 rooms. We depend heavily on the success and vibrancy of the Baltimore Convention Center. Last year, 34% of my business is directly attributed to Visit Baltimore and the efforts of the Convention Center. I currently serve on the Board of Directors for MHNLA and chair the Baltimore City Council of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association. Because of that, I had the privilege of serving on and participate with the Baltimore Convention and Tourism Redevelopment and Operating Authority Task Force. This task force included a wide range of industry-related professionals representing and supporting the hospitality industry. The task force reviewed and heard presentations from several destination marketing organization leaders to learn how really good cities operate their centers, to include the governance of those centers. In its final report, this task force recommends the establishment of a joint authority to govern the Baltimore Convention site and Visit Baltimore. I support the legislation before you as it would establish them and make up the authority of the Convention and Tourism Development and Operating Authority. The growth of Maryland's lodging industry, especially in Baltimore City and outlying regions, is closely tied to the future of convention center bookings. We are confident that the establishment of the authority will maximize the impact on our industry and our state. This touches more than just Baltimore. It is a vital economic engine for the state. For this reason, we request a favorable report on SB 672.
Thank you. You want to go next?
I'll go next, yes. Good afternoon, Chair Bidel and committee members. I'm Vanessa Finney, Executive Vice President of the Mid-Atlantic Nursery Trade Show, commonly known by the acronym MANTS. We support Senate Bill 672. MANTS is the largest professional horticultural trade show in North America. We provide a face-to-face platform for commerce in the nursery, greenhouse, landscape, garden center, and allied trades. We just hosted our 54th annual trade show, the 44th consecutive year at the Baltimore Convention Center. In 2024, MANTS had an estimated economic impact of $5 million, drawing 11,000 plus attendees and generating more than $4 million in visitor spending. From 2016 to 2014, Mance consistently played a vital role in Baltimore's economy, bringing in over $35 million in total economic impact and more than $22 million in visitor spending. All this impact is generated by a 3-day annual event. This underscores Mance's continued importance in supporting local businesses, the hospitality industry, and city revenues. We are proud of these 44 years in Baltimore, and honestly, as a Baltimore County resident, I appreciate being able to manage and host an internationally recognized event in Baltimore City. The hospitality offered by Convention Center staff and all the partners that we work with, including Visit Baltimore, dozens of hotels, scores of restaurants, have for many years made the annual return to Baltimore an easy decision to make. We do have discontent, however, amongst our exhibitors, attendees, board members, and show management with the condition of the convention center. The past years have been fraught with increasing infrastructure unreliability, including burst pipes and leaking ceilings, which have flooded the show floor, antiquated restrooms, and an overall sense of tiredness with the building's overall appearance. In addition, our show has outgrown the center's current show floor footprint. We typically have a wait list of 150 companies that we turn away as we have not ample space for them to exhibit. Is that two minutes already? My goodness.
It is 2 minutes already.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll
Thank
stop
you.
then.
It's very helpful information, though. Patrick?
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Patrick Hosford, Director of Research and Strategy at the Greater Baltimore Committee. I'm asking you to support Senate Bill 672 that establishes the Baltimore Convention and Tourism Redevelopment and Operating Authority. As a leading voice for the private sector in the Baltimore region, GBC actively works with private and public sector partners to grow a dynamic, inclusive regional economy, ensuring our region is competitive and remains a top destination for tourism, capital, and sustained investment. The Baltimore Convention Center plays an instrumental role in this economic vitality, both for the city and surrounding counties, generating more than $225 million in direct, indirect, and induced spending, and supporting more than 1,600 state jobs in the state. The hundreds of thousands of event and concert goers bolster Maryland's tourism and travel industry, supporting everything from hotels and restaurants to aviation and baseball games, all of which generate significant tax revenue, as mentioned earlier. However, BCC is at a inflection point. Deferred maintenance and a governance structure that is incompatible with national competitors and market limits our ability to compete. As highlighted in the BCTROA task force report, many convention centers are not governed as a city entity, but as an authority guided by a curated board representing really the diversity of stakeholders and experts who can further the center's success and vision. Establishing an authority to govern BCC and Baltimore's DMO streamlines and augments a tantamount mission to bring revenue to the state and the city. This joint authority allows for a unified approach and a single point of governance for strategic, long-term planning efforts shielded by changing priorities and overseen by industry experts. The new structure ensures the entity is nimble and responsive enough to make key tourism assets, changes to key tourism assets swiftly and effectively. For this reason, we hope you will issue a favorable report on the bill, and thank you for supporting Maryland's growth.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? I just want to comment. I'm very excited to see the changes coming to Baltimore City, both the Convention Center and the Harbor Place. And, you know, I know Kristen well. She's our local Annapolis and Anne Arundel County Visitors Bureau. But I just, as you said, this makes the whole region stronger. So thank you all for your work, and we'll look forward to the changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I next have a favorable with amendment. Mia Blom, Denise Gilmore, and Nick Manis. Denise, you want to start?
Sure, thanks. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Denise Gilmore. I'm the Legislative and Political Director with AFSCME Maryland, Council 3. We represent about 60 in-house maintenance and operational support staff at the Convention Center. They are currently city employees. Under this bill, they, potentially become employees of the authority, which is set up as an instrumentality of the state. so they become state employees eventually. This type of transfer has certainly happened before. We were really pleased to hear both the deputy mayor and city delegation chair, mention that they're happy to work with us on some amendments here. Our main goal is to make sure that we're protecting the union jobs that exist there currently, and that we continue to, have a preference for using union jobs there in the future. As the committee that passed the Public Employee Relations Act just 2 years ago, I thought this committee in particular would appreciate, once they get transferred to becoming state employees, we desperately want to see them covered under the Public Employee Relations Act. It makes sense. It ensures that we can, maintain collective bargaining rights for them. We also have amendments that maintain their current bargaining unit and collective bargaining agreement, so we don't have to start from scratch there when the arrangement happens. Outside of that, we are, as excited as anybody to get a new and modern convention center, and we're eager to see that happen. With those amendments, we're favorable and encourage the committee's support. Thank you.
Denise, have you put that amendment in writing to us in your testimony?
I did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to go? Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Nick Manis here today representing the Baltimore Ravens, and I've also been authorized to speak on behalf of the Baltimore Orioles. We've had discussions with the deputy mayor, and he is fine on page 3. Currently, it says that one representative from the Ravens or one representative from the Orioles. We just want to change that "or" to "and," so there's one representative from the Orioles and one representative from the Ravens.
Mr. Manis, that request is in writing?
No, it is not,
It
but
will
we
be,
will
though, right?
submit it in writing. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then finally we have, is this?
Good afternoon, Al Hutchinson. I'm the president and CEO at Visit Baltimore, and we are the official sales and marketing arm for the city. Work very closely with Matt Campbell and the team at the Convention Center. So let me first start off and just really thank this body for really putting the bill together to create a task force last session. And Madam Chair and Vice Chair Hayes, we really appreciate your leadership on getting the bill in front of us. I was a part of the task force and really want to thank you for putting that together. And the body met, and one of the things I want to uplift here is I support everything that my colleagues have said thus far. The other big issue that we're undertaking in Baltimore and why this bill is so important, we have a competitive disadvantage question we have to address. All the great business we've booked in Baltimore for conventions, and one is Mr. Vice Chair's fraternity that's coming to Baltimore that we're very proud of. However, we have a long list of groups that we've lost who really want to come to Baltimore, who love Baltimore, love the history of Baltimore, love all the Baltimore sports, but do not want to use the facility because it lacks the infrastructure that they really are looking for. So we believe that this task force was put in place has really laid for you to agree to a bill to create this authority model. Every city in this country that has an authority model in our business, i.e. Charlotte, North Carolina, i.e. Columbus, Ohio, they're winning business over cities like Baltimore. And we just believe if this can be put in place first, before we talk about the financing of it, it gives us a competitive advantage to really bring those conventions that we were losing to those cities, they would stay in Baltimore. So I just ask you for a favorable view of putting this governance model in place. We believe that allows Baltimore City and the state of Maryland to be winners in the meetings and conference business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senator Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I appreciate the bill. Bill sounds like it's a really great bill. You mentioned something that there was a fraternity that's moving there. Antonio's fraternity was moving there, but there's already a headquartered fraternity that's there. It's called Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Were you aware of that?
Very much aware of Alpha Phi Alpha in Baltimore.
Thank you.
His group is not moving to Baltimore. They just booked it as a conference.
I just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator Hayes.
Hey, Al, in our bill folder, you're signed up as favorable with amendments, which kind of threw me off. I'm imagining that was just merely a mistake. You're in favor of the bill as written, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't have any amendments to the bill?
I do not have any amendments.
Okay. And lastly, Madam Chair, I just wanted to publicly, again, thank Al Hutchinson. He's been with us at Visit Baltimore for the last 6 years and really has been an extraordinary professional in the field and representing the city and the agency. And this is his last year. He's notified us publicly that he'll be departing, but I just wanted to say thank you again for your service to the city and to the state of Maryland.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, Mr. Hutchinson.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 672. Now we're going to go to Senate Bill 689, our very own Senator Guile. And you have someone virtually, Margot Cook, and then William Steinweldy and Kelly Seeley are your panel.
Yeah. It's so funny if you posted something here. Tell me about how figure. Yes, this is my first one.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Don Guile here to present Senate Bill 689. This bill was inspired by a constituent, Kelly Seeley, who is with me today, who also formerly was with DLS, by the way. So always good to have a DLS analyst working with you on a particular bill. But she found herself in an incredibly difficult situation while going through a divorce. As part of the divorce settlement, Kelly was left with the home that she and her former spouse had purchased together. Determined to provide stability for her children and keep them in the home that they had grown up in, Kelly sought to assume the mortgage solely in her name. Despite meeting all creditworthiness and income requirements, she was initially told that assuming the loan was not an option. Kelly fought tirelessly on behalf of her family, advocating for the ability to take over the mortgage that was already tied to the home that she now owned. Eventually, after persistent efforts and a little intervention, she was informed that the loan could, in fact, be assumed. Though she's still in the process of finalizing the assumption, the prospect of securing her family's future in their home has been a profound relief. Her children will now be able to remain in their community and schools without facing the upheaval of a displacement, all because she was able to take over the loan that should have been hers from the outset. Had Kelly been forced to refinance instead of assuming the loan, the financial impact would have been significant. Like many homeowners who secured their mortgages when interest rates were lower, Kelly would have had to refinance at today's higher rates. This would have resulted in higher monthly mortgage payments, potentially costing her hundreds of dollars more each month and tens of thousands over the life of the loan. The added financial strain could have forced her to sell her home, displacing her and her children despite her ability to afford the original loan terms. Kelly's experience also shed light on a much larger issue. Many lenders themselves are unaware that mortgage assumptions are possible even under existing law. Throughout this process, we discovered that many mortgage servicers incorrectly tell borrowers that conventional loans cannot be assumed, despite Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac guidelines explicitly allowing such assumptions. This lack of awareness among lenders creates unnecessary roadblocks for homeowners, particularly those already navigating the financial and emotional challenges of separation and divorce. Under the existing law, an assumable mortgage allows a home loan to be transferred from the original borrower to another party without altering its interest rate or repayment period. For example, if a homeowner has been paying a 15-year mortgage for 3 years, the person assuming the loan would have 12 years remaining under the same terms. Certain types of loans, such as those backed by FHA, VA, or the U.S. Department of Agriculture, are generally assumable. However, most conventional home loans, which are not backed by a government agency, are not. Within conventional loans, conforming loans, those that meet Fannie Mae and Freddie Mae guidelines, are assumable in cases of divorce, while non-conforming loans, which do not meet those guidelines, are not. Conforming loans are subject to a loan limit, which in 2025 is set at $806,500 for most of Maryland. However, in higher cost counties, such as Calvert, Charles, Frederick, Montgomery, and Prince George's, the limit is approximately $1.1 million. Many non-conforming loans exceed these limits, making them ineligible for assumption. Notably, Anne Arundel County adheres to the lower national thresholds despite having areas with a higher cost of living, meaning many homeowners in the county are left without the option of assuming a loan in the event of a divorce. Senate Bill 689 would ensure that all home loans in Maryland not already assumable in cases of divorce become assumable, provided that the assuming party continues to meet the loan's creditworthiness and income requirements. It would also require banking institutions to disclose in writing an assumption provision in any conventional home mortgage loan before the loan application is completed. It would also increase awareness among mortgage servicers and lenders by ensuring clear guidelines and transparency regarding assumption policies, preventing borrowers from being misinformed about their options. And for these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 689, and I'll turn it over, Madam Chair, to my constituent, Kelly Silly.
Good afternoon.
Do you want to move the microphone over here?
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
You're going to still a little bit closer still. There you go.
Can everybody hear me? They're better. Okay, so good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kelly Seeley. I am a resident of Anne Arundel County, and like Senator Giles said, a former member of Department of Legislative Services, where I served for 16 years. But today, I'm here as a constituent and a mother, asking for your support for a vital legislation. During my divorce, my paramount concern was the stability and well-being of my children. Maintaining their childhood home was the utmost importance. It represented a vital anchor during a period of significant change. However, I encountered a substantial obstacle. My lender did not allow a mortgage assumption. I was presented with a mortgage refinancing, which would have resulted in doubling my monthly payment, and I would have lost a favorable interest rate and having to pay significant fees to my lender. And all for what? In essence, was the removal of my former spouse's name off the loan. And this personal experience revealed a painful truth. Families facing divorce shouldn't have to fight this financial battle on top of everything else. Children deserve stability, especially when their worlds are already upside down. They deserve to keep their home. They shouldn't lose it due to a technicality or a lender's profit. That's why it's so critical that Senate Bill 689 and House Bill 1018 is passed and made retroactive. Right now, families across Maryland are struggling with this very issue. They're trapped with lenders who won't allow assumptions, forcing them into refinances with high interest rates. They're losing the low rates that they've secured and rates that are often impossible to attain as a single parent. It means families can keep the rates they already have, the rates they budgeted for. It means stability for children who already are facing so much change. So, in conclusion...
You can finish your sentence.
I appreciate it. If these bills are passed, it would allow a more flexible process in obtaining the home, and it's not just about finances, it is about the families. I respectfully request your vote on these bills and the retroactive application. Thank you for consideration.
Hello, my name is William Steinwhittle. I'm the Deputy Advocacy Director for Homeownership Preservation at the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau, and I thank the Chair and Vice Chair and Senator Guile for allowing me to testify in strong support of Senate Bill 689. Senator Guile did a great job laying out the issues, but I'm just going to give a couple of client stories from our experience that I think highlight the importance of this bill. We represent clients in mortgage foreclosure cases. I just finished representing a client a couple years ago where it was an abusive relationship. Her ex-husband actually tried to break into the house after they were separated, and she had to get a protective order to keep him out of the property. And the divorce order gave her complete ownership of the property and that he was required to make mortgage payments. Unfortunately, he did not do that. And we came into the case and we were attempting to get them a mortgage modification, and we actually succeeded in getting them a mortgage modification. However, the mortgage, even though she was the sole owner of the property, the mortgage company refused to allow her to just sign it. So she had to reach out to her ex-spouse, where there had been an abusive relationship, to get him to sign the mortgage agreement so that she could stay in the house. I ended up chasing him down the road when he ran out after he refused to sign it. We eventually filed a contempt action in state court, and we eventually forced him to sign it, but this just shows you the importance of this issue. In another case, my client was granted a loan modification. However, she was unable to make the payments over the phone or online, how most people do it nowadays, and she was forced to mail a payment. So she had to pay the extra cost of paying for certified mail costs to make sure the payments were received and that she didn't default on her loan modification. For those reasons, we urge a favorable report and testify in strong support of Senate Bill 689.
Thank you, William. And now we're going to hear from Margot Cook. If you'll unmute, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for having me. My name is Margot Cook, and I serve as President, Wealth and Engagement Planning at Rothschild Capital Partners. I'm a certified financial planning professional and a certified divorce financial analyst. I applaud you for considering Bill 689 to enable divorcing individuals the ability to assume their mortgage and stay in their homes, offering critical stability for families. As you know, over the past several years, interest rates have risen dramatically. Many divorcing homeowners currently hold low interest rate mortgages, and refinancing at today's higher rates would impose significant financial hardship. Preserving these existing terms can be the difference between maintaining homeownership or being displaced. For parents, like Kelly mentioned, the impact is even greater, as keeping the family home often means preserving stability for their children, allowing them to stay in the same school district, maintain their social networks, and remain in a familiar and supportive environment. In my professional role, I frequently guide divorcing individuals through complex financial transitions. While I do not suggest that all lenders engage in opportunistic practices, market conditions may create a financial incentive for lenders to prefer refinancing over mortgage assumptions, placing borrowers in higher interest rate loans or requiring large fees to assume a mortgage. These fees appear to exceed the standard administrative costs, sometimes in the tens of thousands of dollars. Clients have directly reported this to me. A key provision of this bill is its retroactive application, ensuring that borrowers with existing conventional mortgages can benefit from the law, rather than limiting relief only to future borrowers. Without this retroactive effect, the bill would fail to protect those most affected, individuals currently navigating divorce with low interest rate mortgages who are struggling to maintain home ownership under unfavorable market conditions like higher interest rates. In my view, the retroactive application does not create additional risk for lenders. It doesn't require them to approve unqualified applicants, and they would still retain the full right to deny an assumption if the borrower doesn't meet the necessary financial criteria. They also retain the right to resell the debt. We respectfully request that you consider SB 689 with no amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. Do I have any questions for this panel or our virtual witness? Senator Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Guy, for this bill. In reference to the retroactivity, is it just current mortgage, or if adverse decisions were made in previous years, that can be reversed? I'm not sure who.
So it would make, yeah, thank you, Senator, for the question. So the issue of retroactivity, and I know this is how we're going to disagree with the next panel that's going to come up, is we want this to still to be retroactive to existing mortgages. Already, the majority of mortgages do allow the person to assume the loan, the mortgage, in instances of a divorce. But a lot of times they tell the borrower that they can't do this, or maybe they also don't know. I mean, there may be reasons why that they could, but a lot of times they didn't. What we've learned is they just simply don't know that you can't. There are a certain percentage of mortgages, including jumbo loans and some other non-conforming loans, that do not currently have that required that you can assume the mortgage. So this would make it so that they can, they can be assumable. And I know there's also a question of like the disclosure requirement. It's also that you can disclose during the course of signing for the loan, and also to raise awareness among lenders. This wouldn't require the lenders to send a notice to every single person that it holds an existing mortgage with. I mean, this would only be during the closing time period for them to have that disclosure requirement. So that's where that retroactivity lies. So the reality is it would not affect the retroactive activity piece would only affect a small percentage of loans and make them all assumable.
Yeah. So if someone had an adverse decision like last year, and they had to refinance and, higher interest rate, higher payments, can that individual take advantage of the retroactivity?
Do you mean somebody that, I guess I'm not understanding. So this would be somebody that has, if they've had an adverse decision, meaning that.
Yes, that means that they were forced to refinance before, say, this bill passed.
If they were
Last year or 2 years ago, can they go back and make that?
Assume to assume it?
Yes, yeah. Is that?
Basically, so I think what you're asking is if somebody refinances an existing loan and then one that could have been assumed, and to see whether or not that they can assume it?
Yes.
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to get back to you on that because I think that would undo something that's already been done. And this is saying that they could assume the mortgage for some existing contract. If that contract is already gone and they've got a new refinance one, exactly. I don't know if that would be applicable. I don't think so. I doubt it. I have my DLS staffer that's like shaking her head at me, so I'm going to go with whatever. I should just let her answer.
Do you want to answer
anything?
No, I mean, you absolutely.
I think it's a really good question, though.
Actually, Margot would have a little bit more background on this, if you don't mind Margot speaking.
Sure. So I think this is something that an attorney should be answering related to contract law, most likely. I know that the intention of the retroactivity is not to undo anything that has already been done. It's to enable people with existing mortgages to assume their mortgage in the event of a future divorce. But I do think that this is a contractual question that must be answered.
Okay.
Thank you, Margot.
As the lawyer on the panel, I would probably say that they couldn't redo it because basically it's what existed at the time of the contract, and the assumability did not exist at the time of the contract, so they can't turn back the clock, so to speak. It would be similar to if the law changed and then you had a right, you can't go back and say, oh, I have the right 2 years later. Right. Generally under
No, but I'm going to complicate this a little bit. Did I understand Kelly to say your bank really had the right to let you assume, but did not understand they had the right? No.
No, originally when I called, they told me I have a conventional loan, and they said that I could not assume in a conventional loan. And that's when I got a hold of Senator Guile.
But did you end up assuming?
I am in the process now. Yes,
okay.
I am.
Well, what changed between your phone call and the assumption now?
Senator Guile.
Well, it turns out it was assumable.
It was. That's what I'm asking. So I think to go back to Senator Ellis's question, so 2 years ago, somebody was told exactly what you were told. It was not assumable. Turns out that it really was. Are those folks going to be allowed to go back under this law and fix what was improperly?
I mean, I think the point that the other lawyer made here is that I mean, there's nothing at that point. I mean, would it be frustrating? Yes. The fact that they could have assumed if the lender had told them that they could have assumed, yes, that is frustrating because that right exists currently. But the fact remains that they were, ill-advised, I suppose, and that they created a new contract. In the course of refinancing, a new contract was created. There's nothing to assume at that point because the old contract is over, terminated, rescinded, whatever, and there's a new contract existing, so you can't undo that which has already been terminated.
Senator, I think we're going to have some additional conversations with our analyst.
Okay.
Okay, we will.
Sounds good. We'll do it.
Yep, Senator Motz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I'm sorry if I missed this. Was there any testimony to the time frame that's available to assume a home loan? And do you know if there is a time frame on the amount of, from the time that the court-ordered divorce is issued, is there a time frame in which the mortgage needs to be assumed?
So in my experience, if this was just an easy jump for me, it would have been like 45 to 60 days. In my divorce decree, I either assume the mortgage by August 1st or I have to sell. So something has to happen soon. And that's the time frame where I am, but I don't know. I mean, I guess everybody's divorce decree is
Right, your
different.
court order was that you had to assume it by that date certain. Did the bank say that you had a certain date by which you would have to assume it? Is there anything in the mortgage that required, once there is an official separation by the court, you have 90 days or 120 days to either sell the mortgage, or is there anything in, maybe, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, do you
No, it's
recall anything like that?
So, for me, I had 3 years for, in the marital home. It's coming up, August 1st, 2025 is where I have to make a decision. So in my, like, the timeline would have to be within that time, within those 3 years for me anyway, but everybody's divorce
Different.
decree is different.
I mean, I think, a divorced couple can continue to own a home together if they wanted to, or if they
Right.
chosen to do so. And I think there are divorced couples that continue to do that. So I think the question would probably be, I suspect, not having ever practiced family law, I suspect that it would be something that would be ordered in the divorce decree. And not so much, I mean, I don't think the lender necessarily, just by virtue of the fact that they're divorced, means that they're forced to somehow remove the other off the mortgage.
Yeah, I
So
think, I'm sorry, I think I got a little bit in the weeds. I think that's, that answer helped answer my question.
Having done assumptions many times in mortgage cases, generally what's required is that they have to prove identity, they have to prove a transfer of deed, and either they have to be current on the mortgage, or they have to have a resolution to get current on the mortgage, aka a loan modification or a check that's pending to reinstate the mortgage. That's usually the only requirements that the mortgage company lays out in an assumption process.
Okay.
And so Margot would like to add something. This is such an interesting discussion.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that, as others have mentioned, the timeframe is dictated by the marital settlement agreement and the divorce decree. So as Senator Guile mentioned, some married couples after they divorce continue to co-own property together. But if there is an order that there is an assumption, the details of that timeline are going to be detailed in the marital settlement agreement.
Thank you for that. Senator Motz, you have another question?
That answered my question.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so that ends this panel, and we're going to
Thank you,
bring
Madam
up.
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. 3 favorable with amendment. Robert Enton, Stephen Mesmer, and Evan Richards. Come on, guy. Mr. Enton, you want to start?
Go first.
Like Evan to start.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
He's throwing me in front of the bus, Madam Chair. Chair Bidle, Vice Chair Hayes, member of the committee, thanks for having us today. I'm Evan Richards on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. And I'll start with just by saying that I think that if there were a clarifying amendment, just to confirm the case that assumptions that are filed for after the effective date, I think that would actually clear a lot of our members' concerns. We appreciate the fact that Senator Guile brought this issue to us last year. We did run it by our membership. They're actually very supportive of the idea, but this retroactivity clause gives a lot of our members a lot of heartburn. I know Bob's going to talk a little bit more about that in a second, but I think the biggest thing that I've heard from our members is the impact that this is going to have on the secondary market. As their mortgages are bought and sold. You're altering the terms of a settled contract at this point. And what is the impact that has on these mortgages as they're grouped and sold, especially if somebody is buying a group of mortgages who it's explicitly told at the time of sale that these mortgages are non-assumable. Does it void those sales? Do the buyers have any sort of legal, action that they can take against the seller if that's the case? Those are just some of the concerns that we have. But again, we look forward to continue these conversations. Hopefully we can find a resolution.
Thank you, Evan. Mr. Enton?
Thank you very much. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association. I too would like to thank the sponsor. She reached out to us early on. We've had good meetings, good discussions back and forth. Looking at the language on page 6 of the bill, beginning in lines 31 and continuing on to page 7, it's fairly unusual to see language that says that it's going to be construed to apply retroactively. And that's, I guess, the concern. These mortgages are sold into the secondary market. Probably 70 to 80% of all residential mortgage loans are sold into the secondary market, Fannie, Freddie, VA. They get put into trust. Investors invest in those trusts. And I'm just not sure how this would apply retroactively to those mortgages that may have a clause that says that that mortgage was bought with the understanding that it was not assumable. I don't know whether or not, how often that would be the case. The other thing that stood out to me when I looked at the bill, and I think it's hopefully clear, is it says that the lender has to make a disclosure in writing to a loan applicant before the completion of the loan application. And then, so that's on the one hand says to me that it applies to new loans, and that the disclosure applies to new loans, not existing loans. But then when I see the retroactive language, that raises a question in my mind: how would someone retroactively make this disclosure? I think that probably ought to be clarified. If you're going to have this retroactive language, that it's not, you have to go back and disclose it now if it wasn't disclosed at the time the loan was made. Roughly, we have about 1.2 million mortgage loans outstanding in the state of Maryland at any given time. So I think we could probably address these issues with the sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Stephen?
Stephen Mesmer with Maryland Volunteer Lawyer Service. We actually support the bill as it's drafted. The House version didn't have the retroactivity, so that's what we would have asked for to be amended. So in the case of divorcing homeowners, federal law already allows one ex-spouse to keep the mortgage when becoming the sole owner. So the property transfer can already happen, and it does not trigger the due on sale clause that would normally apply in a transfer. But the mortgage company is not required to release one's ex-spouse from the mortgage for any potential liability. So what we're really talking about is, letting the divorce become complete, that their finances are completely untangled. And the only way that the lender can lose money at that point is if there's a divorce, one ex-spouse wants to keep the house, they qualify to assume the mortgage, they fail to pay, and the house is lost in foreclosure. The proceeds from the auction at the foreclosure aren't enough to pay for the loan and the costs of the foreclosure. The lender is not able to recoup those costs by suing the ex-spouse that's on the mortgage, and last, that they would have been able to recover that difference from the non-assuming spouse. So all of those things have to happen in order for the lender to lose any money on this case. So we'd say the cost to the lender is very low, and the meaning that it has to the divorcing couple is really large. So we urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Senator Gall has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick because I have worked with the panelists on this, and I know we'll continue working on this, and I appreciate their insight. But Bob, I did want to ask one quick question. I know you talked about how certain types of loans are bought and sold, and frankly, I don't really know that much about how that whole process really works. But you touched upon like FHA loans or VA loans that may be sold, but what I guess I'm trying to understand, those types of loans are already generally assumable, right? That's my understanding.
I don't know. I'll have to
Yeah.
try to find out and get
Maybe
back to
Evan,
you.
you said you're nodding your head like you may know.
Sure, the majority of those loans are.
Okay.
There might be some sort of, I think like the VA loans, for example, like they have to have express approval of the VA or.
Sure. But I guess what I'm wondering, if those loans already are generally assumable, I guess I'm not quite certain how the impact of this bill is going to impact the secondary market of selling this loans if they're already assumable and we make this retroactive. So that's what I'm not understanding. If there's already these loans, the majority of loans are indeed assumable. Lenders are just not notified that they are. Borrowers are just not notified that they are assumable. Well, I don't understand how that's going to impact the secondary market if this were passed with the retroactivity. Maybe you could comment on that, on the secondary market. They're already assumable. Somebody that's buying this on the secondary market, this mortgage on the secondary market, or this debt, it already is aware that this is assumable. So if we're making it retroactive, making this bill retroactive, how is it going to affect the majority of loans?
I think that if it's already assumable,
Yeah.
it's a non-issue.
Okay.
But what worried me, to make it clear that the disclosure requirements are not retroactive.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was your intention.
Sure. And by all means, I don't want your clients to have to go sending out hundreds and thousands of letters, and
Right.
happy to clear that up in whatever revisions or language that we need to do to make sure
Right.
that that's clear.
And I'm going to reach out to I always get the acronym wrong, the Federal Housing Finance Administration, and just try to get a feel for it. Once again, if it's not assumable, it's not assumable for an existing loan. I think it doesn't necessarily mean that, and in my experience in practicing law for many years, and I used to be a general practitioner before I started doing this, I handle lots of divorce cases. And, typically you're going to have an attorney involved in those cases, and there's going to be a discussion about, who's going to stay in the house and who's not going to be in the house, who's going to, be responsible for the mortgage and not be responsible. And I think any practicing attorney is going to want to nail it down, as part of the discussions and negotiations on the settlement of the divorce, to probably find out, is this loan assumable or isn't it? That's the question.
Perhaps, but yeah. I mean, we can continue to have this discussion offline, but I would note that in the course of us researching this bill, we learned that a lot of lenders did not even know that the majority of loans are assumable. Yeah. So if even the lenders don't know, I'm not sure if a divorce attorney always knows whether or not a particular loan is assumable. But we can have this discussion later. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Al.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, Bob, I don't know if you can answer this. So with the issue of this bill passes, they have a strong retroactive component to it. What would be the issue with lenders sending out notices to all Maryland homeowners? Because personally, I get those notices all the time from financial institutions. We're updating, we're changing the terms and conditions. I get them all the time. From insurance companies, from credit cards. So what's the difference here with, say, lenders, mortgage lenders, to send out a blanket notice to individuals?
First of all, you have to understand that these mortgages are sold into the secondary market. Right. So the buyer of that mortgage typically hires a mortgage servicer to service the loan. They're just held by a trust that doesn't, do anything except it holds the assets. And they have a licensed mortgage servicer that services the mortgage. I just think to kind of go through the thread of who owns the mortgage now and require them to send out a notice for mortgages going back. I don't have any problem with saying in all new mortgages made to Maryland residents, then you have to make sure that you disclose, you make these disclosures at the time of application.
Yeah, but by definition, the servicers
just going to go back to tens of millions of loans.
But the servicers are the ones who service the mortgage. So all those things, so that's no mystery. It's a servicer's responsibility to service that mortgage.
All I get is a letter every week from the mortgage company saying, here's what your payment is.
Yeah, and those servicers are the ones who could send that.
I think it would be a problem to try to apply that
in
that fashion.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 689.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to have Senate Bill 659, Senator Reedy, Consumer Protection Electronic Funds Transfer Regulations, Elder Fraud Prevention Act of 2025. Senator Reedy, is this a panel? Do you have a panel?
That would be good to have a panel, yes.
Okay, William Steinwettle, Pat
That's all right with you.
McNichol, Karen Morgan, and Zoe Gallagher.
You're fine, you're good.
Senator, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Senator Reedy, for the record, here to present Senate Bill 659, the Elder Fraud Prevention Act of 2025. This is a bill dealing with wire transfers. And wire transfers were not a big part of most people's everyday lives many years ago. They're more of a business type venture, or at times maybe a large amount of money that would have to be moved. Wire transfers also used to be, over wires, whereas now they're electronic, they're online, and the world has changed a lot as it relates to how we do banking. And I recently became aware from a number of people that had contacted me, constituents and other folks, about scammers that are getting people to use this type of practice to wire money. And I won't get way into the weeds on the kinds of scams that do this, but because it's sort of a thing that's a little unfamiliar. It's actually some scammers can convince people that it's more legitimate because you're wiring money. It's sort of an odd thing. In my personal work life, I've gotten used to having clients wire payments to the company that I work for. I'm in sales, and sometimes we can get things done more efficiently. And I actually try to coach my clients on using wire transfers into businesses and organizations because it speeds up the process of payment. We can get started on what they want to get started on. So at any rate, when I realized how much was going on as far as fraud and scamming, and this idea was brought to me, sponsored with Delegate Stewart in the House. Senate Bill 659 is bipartisan legislation and aims to close a loophole by extending existing consumer protections related to electronic transactions to consumer wire transfers domestically. Currently, Maryland actually has the fourth highest rate of fraud reports in the nation. Marylanders in 2023 filed 43,000 fraud reports, resulting in a loss of $264 million. It was up 16% from 2022. On average, or the median, was $562. The way that particularly seniors often get scammed is unauthorized electronic wire transfers. A scammer will manipulate a senior into sending them money, oftentimes pretending to be someone that they know, like a child or a grandchild, in need of urgent money. Or they'll even get the senior's bank information and wire the money to themselves. And banks, I don't think they don't always ask the questions you would like them to, but it's because this is a bit of an unfamiliar area. So currently, consumer wire transfers aren't covered under the Electronic Fund Transfers Act, EFTA, which is federal law. They are covered under the Maryland Uniform Commercial Code, which is a weaker law. It doesn't limit liability. The UCC doesn't. It doesn't require the same kinds of preventative measures that EFTA does. So for fraud victims of this type, there's no way to get the money back other than somehow finding the scammer, which often has become, almost impossible these days. The loophole that exists in EFTA is that the consumer wire transfers to domestic parties are not covered. So the federal law covers wire transfers internationally and all the protections that go with that and the protections that banks provide. But EFTA, the federal law, does not cover domestic wire transfers. So EFTA does cover most other consumer electronic transactions, including debit cards, withdrawals, deposits, but EFTA only covers wire transfers when a consumer transfers money to a foreign party. Consumer wire transfers to a domestic party are specifically exempted in EFTA. And I'm hoping somebody else, if that's a question, can explain why, because I don't actually even really know why that's the case. I think there was a public policy reason when EFTA was passed. But closing this loophole by having the state cover it would be good for consumers. It would establish a process for consumers to dispute transfers. It would limit liability in the bill. It would require financial institutions to take preventative and responsive measures. It would take provisions from EFTA and put them into our UCC law to apply to consumer wire transfers. So I would request a favorable report on Senate Bill 659 and turn it over to my panel. And I don't know who wants to, or Mr. Chair, yeah.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the Finance Committee. My name is Zoe Gallagher. I'm the Policy Associate for Economic Action Maryland Fund, formerly the Maryland Consumer Rights Coalition. We're a statewide organization dedicated to advancing consumer rights and economic equity in Maryland, and I'm here today to urge a favorable report on SB 659, the Elder Fraud Prevention Act of 2025. As the Senator mentioned, wire fraud scams are a growing crisis. Last year, Americans lost over $343 million to wire transfer fraud. Older adults are particularly vulnerable to this kind of financial exploitation. And nationally, Americans 60 and older lost $3.1 billion to cyber fraud in 2022. We work with older adults on financial literacy through our Older Adults Resources Program, but education is not enough. We need legislation as well. Because these days it's easy for scammers to acquire personal information necessary to access bank accounts, and with the rise of AI, it's becoming incredibly easy to impersonate a bank or even a family member. Through these tactics, scammers are able to wire money out of a victim's bank, often to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. For example, a 77-year-old retired civil servant from Chevy Chase was told by a scammer impersonating her bank that her account had been compromised, and acting on her instructions, she transferred her life savings, $661,000, into cryptocurrency. Even the most informed and cautious people are falling victim to these scams because of how convincingly scammers impersonate trusted entities. And while other electronic transfers are covered under EFTA, providing victims with some protections, wire transfers are not. This leaves victims, especially those who are older or low income, with no recourse once their money is gone. SB 659 closes this loophole by holding financial institutions accountable for monitoring and addressing suspicious transactions. It would create a private right of action for victims and ensure banks are vigilant in protecting their customers. Like I said, education alone isn't enough to combat ever-evolving scams, especially in the era of AI. We need strong bills like SB 659 to protect Maryland's most vulnerable residents from financial devastation. Thank you. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you for that. Who's next?
Hi, hello. My name is William Steinwhittle. I'm the Deputy Advocacy Director for Homeownership Preservation at the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau. And I appreciate Senator Reedy and the committee for letting me testify in strong support of this bill. These wire transfers are typically used in imposter scams where somebody poses to be somebody else. And, you know, as Senator Reedy stated, as their children or, you know, another relative or, you know, a person in desperate need, you know, an old friend, what have you. And Maryland is actually the 5th largest number of imposter scams in the entire country. So this is definitely a very major issue. And while this bill won't take care of every scam that ever existed, it will take a strong step into preventing this particular type of scam in protecting citizens of the state from this particular type of scam. At Maryland Legal Aid, we have seen many people fall victim to these types of scams. We once represented a senior client who was pushed into bankruptcy because his sister kept transferring money to a scammer, and then he felt guilty because his sister was about to get evicted, so he sent her money, and then that resulted in him going into foreclosure. So some of these things can grow exponentially. The victims of these scams can grow exponentially. It isn't just sometimes the person who is actually the person that gives the person the money. In addition, especially because a lot of these tend to be targeted towards older residents, it can also cause people who had substantial inheritances or substantial assets to be pushed into Medicaid programs or into state assisted living programs because these scammers take their assets. So for those reasons, Maryland Legal Aid testifies in strong support of Senate Bill 659.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Pat McNichol, and I'm an attorney at Kelly Guzzo PLC, a law firm devoted to consumer protection issues in Maryland, D.C., and Virginia. Senate Bill 659 is necessary because consumers often have no recourse when they're victimized by wire transfer fraud, even when the fraud is carried out by a bad guy behind a computer screen halfway around the world. Federal law, specifically the Electronic Fund Transfer Act, or the EFTA, or the EFTA, protects consumers by requiring that banks reimburse them for unauthorized electronic funds transfers. In other words, so long as the customer didn't perform or benefit from the transaction, the bank has an obligation to make them whole. But many courts, with the exception of one court, the Southern District of New York, in a decision from just 3 weeks ago, have ruled that wire transfers are not covered by the EFTA. And they rule that by relying on an EFTA provision that states that bank-to-bank wires are not covered. The New York case, importantly, unpacked that language and said, if the money is removed out of consumer account, it's actually debited from their account, put in the bank's account, then sent to the external account. So the Southern District of New York said only that bank-to-bank transfer isn't covered. So there is some support now under the EFTA that wire transfers are covered, but the majority of courts are holding otherwise. For that reason, my clients struggle to accept that a court might not accept that the EFTA applies because the bad guy chose a wire transfer versus another type of transfer. They're especially confused because wire transfers cause the most harm in the fastest way possible. For that reason, they should warrant the most protection under the law. Under the UCC, consumers are not able to seek relief. At most, they get their money back, but banks are allowed to hide behind purported authorization, meaning banks can say, well, it looks like your customer did it, therefore we don't have to reimburse them. Customers also, when they sue their banks, can't get attorney's fees under the UCC, so litigation turns into a game of chicken, and the banks always win that. For that reason, we ask that Senate Bill 659 be endorsed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Kramer, members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Karen Morgan. I represent AARP Maryland. We're one of the largest membership organizations in the state of Maryland, and we consider it an honor to look out for Marylanders that are 50 years and older. And we're here in support of Senate Bill 659. So thank you, Senator Reedy, for introducing this legislation. I mean, our core constituency are people 50 and older, and this is a population that is involved in downsizing or shifting houses, and it's nearly impossible to buy or sell a house these days without using a wire transfer. Ironically, if I use my charge card to buy a donut, which I shouldn't be buying under any circumstances, but if I use my charge card to buy that donut, that's more protected than if I transfer $500,000 to purchase a house or $500,000 to facilitate the sale of a house. And at this point in time, the response is that there's nothing that can be done. From our standpoint, that just doesn't make sense. There must be something that we can do. There are ways in which we can protect these types of transactions, maybe a cooling off period, maybe more multi-factors of identification. There are numbers of ways in which we can make these transfers safe, especially for this population. I remember when I needed to sell my mother's house as part of her estate, and my heart was literally in my mouth over the wire transfer. And I got the call from the settlement agent saying, well, you know, the routing number was wrong. And then just a mad panic to try to get that corrected. Now, that wasn't a fraud issue, but literally you are on tenterhooks when you're trying to facilitate this type of transaction. We need to do more, so we hope that the Senate Finance Committee will favorably report Senate Bill 659.
Karen, thank you for your testimony. Always appreciate it. Colleagues, does anyone have any questions for either the good Senator Reedy or the members of his panel? Seeing none, I do have a question. Mr. McNichol, I was just a little bit curious about your referencing the Southern District Court of New York in this finding. And was the finding a matter of the transfer of the funds from the account to the bank and then transfer from bank to bank? Is that why they determined there might be some liability for the transferred funds?
Certainly. So it was a lawsuit brought by Letitia James, the Attorney General for New York, against Citibank. And it was packed with allegations about how banks essentially deter EFTA litigation in lots of ways. And in the wire transfer context, they allege that Citibank just tells all their clients, it's a wire transfer, it's a wire transfer. You have essentially no rights under the law. We're sorry this happened to you. So New York came up with a theory, and it's supported by the CFPB, that an electronically initiated wire transfer is actually a couple-step process. And the first step in that process is when someone's behind a computer or on a cell phone and requesting a wire. The money isn't moved from the consumer account to the external account. Instead, it is debited from the consumer account to a general Citibank account, and that transfer is covered by the EFTA, and that's actually the loss to the consumer. So
those funds then go to a receiving bank, and they're saying that is the process by which then the defrauded consumer may have recourse.
Correct. And the court made a lot of sense of when the EFTA was enacted, and that was 1978. So in 1978, if you're sending a wire transfer, you're most likely walking into your bank and requesting the wire transfer. So Congress probably intended for the wire transfer or the actual bank-to-bank transfer to not be covered to the EFTA because the actual wire would have been requested either by phone or in person.
Right.
But the problem is courts aren't interpreting it that way. I litigate this almost every day. I fight with banks, and they're saying, nope, nope, nope. Every court, Fifth Circuit in January, held that the EFTA exempts all wire transfers. And from a practical sense, it really just does not make sense why a wire is not protected, and this legislation would fix that loophole.
Understood. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Then just one quick question for the bill sponsor. I noticed that the subtitle for the bill is Elder Fraud Prevention Act of 2025, but I'm looking through the bill and I see no references whatsoever to any particular age limitations as to when this might kick in and be effective. So this might be more just a generic, perhaps, Fraud Prevention Act? Is that?
You know, Mr. Chair, I hate to be the one that's passing the buck, but I did not come up with the title myself, but it perhaps is more of a Fraud Prevention Act. That's true. So it does seem like a lot of the people I've heard from our seniors that have this befall them, but
sure.
Fair enough.
Okay, just curious. All right, no other questions from the committee? Thank you very much. That ends this panel, and we have 3 unfavorables. Mr. Bob Enton, Rory Murray, and Evan Richards. Would you please come to the table?
Mr. Enton, do you want to start this time? You're
Sure,
gonna pass
thank
the
you
buck
very
again?
much. Robert Enton on behalf of the Maryland Bankers Association, and we are very, very strongly opposed to this bill. I've discussed it with the sponsor. We have tremendous concerns. First of all, let me say clearly and categorically that no state in the country has anything remotely like this on its books. That's number one. Number two, I've never seen a bill, and I don't think anyone else on this committee has ever seen a bill that says, you know what we're going to do is we're not going to show you the language in the bill. We're not going to show you how it's going to operate. We're just going to direct the Commissioner of Financial Regulation to adopt regulations to implement what's in a federal law. And then on top of that, because I think the sponsors understand that this bill is unlikely to apply to national banks, they've got language in here that says if this act is held inapplicable to a federally chartered financial institution or financial institutions operating in a state that are chartered outside this state, and for any reason a court of competent jurisdiction says so, then the act's null and void. So what are we going to do now? We're going to have this bill become effective on October the 1st. Commissioners got to send these regulations. It's going to get challenged in court. Everybody's going to have to comply with it. But if a court issues an order saying it doesn't apply to national banks, then it's null and void. Let me also say that the court in New York did not make a permanent finding whatsoever that this applied to banks doing business in New York. It was a preliminary motion to dismiss. The court said yes to some of the motion and no to the rest of it. It's scheduled for further hearings and deliberation in March. Citibank has already filed a motion to be able to appeal it. Every court that's looked at this throughout the country, other than New York, has said it doesn't apply. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Enton. Evan, you want to go next? I don't know, Rory? Somebody go next.
How does one follow Bob Enton? My name is Rory Murray here on behalf of the Maryland D.C. Credit Union Association. We agree with everything Mr. Enton just said. We're sympathetic to the proponents. However, I think everybody here realizes quite clearly that the world of fraud in financial institutions is extremely hard to combat, and it's highly complex. We're always playing whack-a-mole. I was talking to a credit union about a month ago. They're $414 million in assets. They said they wrote off $4 million in fraud losses last year just to help the members. But because there's a limit of the oversight we have over how people transact their funds, there's a limit to the liability. And the question was asked why Congress did not put domestic wire transfers in the EFTA with remittance transfers is because with a remittance transfer, it's an overseas bank and they are not under our regulatory structure. And those often go through several intermediary banks and there's currency conversions and there's a lot more steps in the process, and each of those steps is also rife for fraud. So there's a little higher standard of liability. But also, when you do a international wire transfer, there's more information that you have to provide to the financial institution, which they then have to provide to the international financial institution, and they can, if either side of that transaction feels that something's amiss, they can say no. Also, it's also worth noting any transaction over $10,000, no matter how you send it, financial institutions have to send a specific suspicious activity report to the IRS. So there's a higher level of scrutiny there. But once again, with just the sheer complexity of fraud, unless every transaction is run by a financial institution, which credit union members I know say, you deal with you and I'll deal with me. Stop asking me how I spend my money. But unless that type of oversight is there, there's really just a limit to what we can do. And if we have to help make people whole every time there's a fraudulent transaction, I don't see a way that financial institutions can survive that. They basically become insurers.
Thank you. Evan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm Evan Richards, Maryland Bankers Association. I'm not going to belabor the point. I just want to, draw out this example just to make sure, everyone understands where the liability is being shifted here. So let's say that, a grandmother gets a call from a scammer, who is basically saying that her granddaughter has been captured, and unless you go online and initiate this wire transfer, something's going to happen to her granddaughter. She goes online to initiate it. The bank recognizes there's a problem here. So the bank picks up the phone, calls the customer. The customer tells them, hey, my granddaughter's been captured. If I don't transfer this money, something's going to happen to her. The bank says, hey, we've seen this before. This is more than likely a scam. The customer doesn't believe them and says, well, I want you to go ahead and send this money anyway. The bank's liable for all that money that's lost. That's what this bill does. There are tools that we can actively talk about that'll help seniors, such as trusted contacts and transaction holds. Those things are important. They're authorized in other states. They're not authorized here. Those are things that we can support. But this bill is just, it's a step too far for our member banks. And with that, we urge the committee to issue an unfavorable report.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? Senator Kramer.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Thank you. So, Rory, let me ask you this. you indicated that your members wrote off $4 million in losses last year on behalf of, I guess, banking customers. What was the total amount of losses for those customers in the same period of time?
I didn't ask that question, but I'm happy to.
So it's possible there may have been $100 million of customer losses, but the representation is simply that 4 million of those were covered by the members.
It's highly unlikely that a $400 million asset credit union would have members that could lose $100 million because most of the assets are in housing. But to your point, is it likely that some of the fraud was not written off? Probably, because there's a limit to what the credit union can handle if it's being supervised as a safe and effective financial institution.
Thank you. Evan, you made mention to a consumer goes online and thinks that their grandchild has been kidnapped and they're going to transfer these funds. What happens in the event the customer does not initiate the wire transfer? In other words, the electronic funds transfer.
You know, I'd have to get back to you on that just because I know that there are certain scenarios where it differs depending on whether the consumer makes the transfer themselves or if they give some sort of passcode or password to somebody else.
What if they don't give a password or passcode to anyone, but the bank is hacked and there's an electronic funds transfer that was not initiated by the bank customer, and now that customer's funds are accessed and is now transferred out of their account, so that we don't have a scenario where I understand you talked about transferring responsibility from the customer to the bank because a customer's been duped. That's one thing, and I understand. What about what is the bank's responsibility in the event there is an electronic funds transfer from a customer's account that was not initiated by that customer?
Believe if Article 4 is in effect, then the bank's liable at that point, because when the bank and the customer, they agree to do this, they have to agree upon a commercially reasonable security procedure. So it sounds like if there's an issue where the bank is hacked into, then the bank should be held responsible for that.
All right, and I'll be happy to share with you that that is not the case, that the lenders, the banks holding the customer's money does not in fact have responsibility for that unauthorized transfer. And I think that's part of what this legislation is seeking to address, is that at what point is there liability and responsibility with the bank to ensure they are protecting the customer's assets that they're holding. And by the way, much of the information that notifies the customer that the liability is going to be theirs is often buried in documents that are only referenced when you go in and open the account. You actually have to go online, download that particular bank's documents, and then within those documents, it's possible to glean, oh, by the way, you're not going to be protected in the event these funds are transferred. So I think part of that is what this legislation is seeking to do. I do recognize there are concerns, and I appreciate that. But I think this whole issue of the fraud that we're hearing about, and I'm not sure why, but to hear that Maryland is the fifth largest frequency of imposter scams, whatever that is. I'm not sure where that figure comes from, but maybe it's something we need to look at, and maybe Mr. Enton will try to find out whether there's merit to that, and if so, what that reflects. But thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator?
Because you don't want to hear me say anything, do you?
I don't see any other questions. I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 659. And now, Senator Lamb, we're going to go to Senate Bill 614. And you have William Steinwedel, Franz Schneiderman, Raji Kamath, Karen Morgan, Michael Patty, and Kartik Uppalabi, which I probably said wrong. Senator, you probably should stand at the podium because you have 6 people and we have 6 chairs. Thank you. And this is Consumer Protection Credit Reporting Medical Debt, Fair Medical Debt Reporting Act. Thank you, Senator.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Beidel, members of the committee, for allowing me to testify and introduce Senate Bill 641 on consumer protection credit reporting. For the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator in District 12. This proposed legislation prohibits medical debt from being included in consumer credit reports. This effort recognizes the widespread impact that medical debt has on Maryland households, differentiates between medical and consumer debt, ensures fair credit evaluations, and also strengthens ongoing reforms. Medical debt affects many Maryland households. You may know folks or constituents that have been affected by this, and it can have severe consequences on Marylanders' financial situations. According to 2023 reports, nearly 1 in 5 Maryland households struggle with medical debt or medical bills that they are unable to repay. These medical bills are often unpredictable, such as things that might result from a sudden accident or unexpected hospitalization, thus leaving families with overwhelming debt in a time of significant need. Consequently, individuals delay necessary medical care. Oftentimes, they'll drain their savings. They may even face eviction as a result of this. Including medical debt on credit reports only serves to unfairly deepen financial hardship. Medical debt differs from consumer debt in many different ways. As mentioned earlier, medical debt is often incurred in emergency circumstances during which it is impossible to make an informed choice regarding price, cost, or in-network insurance coverage. Additionally, medical bills are incredibly complicated, with debts and credit reports riddled with errors due to insurance delays and also third-party mismanagement. Because of these differences between medical and medical debt is proven to be a poor indicator of credit worthiness. A recent study by the Consumer Protection Bureau at the federal level noted that individuals with medical debt were more likely to pay future loan obligations, with consumers scoring at least 10 points higher than credit reports. For cases in which an individual had paid off their medical debt, their credit scores would oftentimes be underestimates of their credit worthiness by an average of 22 points. Basically, medical debt is a poor indicator of determining an individual's credit worthiness. This effort through this legislation builds on progress that was started by 3 major credit reporting agencies, many of whom you know, Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, who are the 3 big credit reporting agencies. All of them have acknowledged that medical debt is an unreliable indicator of financial responsibility and also limited the amount of medical debt included on credit reports to amounts greater than $500. So in essence, they've acknowledged that it's in many ways a poor indicator of financial responsibility, and so below $500, they've decided on their own to not include it in credit reports. Additionally, last year, the CFPB issued new rules regarding medical debt reporting, but with the recent order to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau at the federal level, to their staff, to basically stop all work, it's unclear what will eventually become of that federal rule. The Federal Consumer Financial Protection Bureau research has shown that millions of Americans still have medical debt listed on their credit reports. 10 states have already taken notice and passed laws to prohibit medical debt on credit reports. We believe that Maryland should follow suit and similarly protect households from financial harm in these instances of medical debt. I have requested amendments to more closely align this bill with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau at the federal levels, their role, and also to address feedback from the Attorney General's office here in the state of Maryland. This legislation ensures that residents in the state will be fairly assessed on their credit valuations, to have this taken into account as part of their credit report. So ask the committee for consideration of a favorable report, and happy to turn over to other members of this panel and take questions at the end.
Thank you, Senator. Let's start at the end here and just go right down the row, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bidle, members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Karen Morgan. I represent AARP Maryland. I'm a member of the Executive Council. We're one of the largest membership-based organizations in the state of Maryland, and our core group are adults ages 50 and older. So medical debt is a big problem, and you can have a credit score in the 800s one day, and the right kind of medical debt can put you in the 500s in a very short amount of time. And having this type of debt reported can really affect people who are ages 50 and older, because they're more likely to need medical care, complicated medical care, extended hospital stays. One hospital stay could total hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I've seen that in my own family. So having this reported just in the opinion of AARP Maryland, just piles on. It's hard enough to deal with health issues and hard enough to try to pay the medical debts without having the collateral consequences of a credit reporting agency saying, well, by the way, you didn't pay this, so you're a problem, and now you can't rent the house, you can't get the car, you can't get additional things that you may need through a loan because of the negative consequences of that report. We just don't think that's necessary, especially because medical debt is not an accurate predictor of the person's ability to pay. According to our research, about 44% of adults ages 50 to 64 and 22% of those ages 65 and older carry medical debt. And people in rural communities can also be affected because of limited choices. Because of these reasons, we asked the Senate Finance Committee to issue a favorable report on Senate Bill 614. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Viraj Kamath, and I'm the Vice President of RareGen Youth Network, a 501c3 youth-led organization advocating for equitable healthcare access for rare disease patients. I'm here to testify in strong support of SB 0614, the Fair Medical Debt Reporting Act, because medical debt should never be a life sentence. For rare disease patients, medical debt is unavoidable. We do not choose to live with conditions that require lifelong specialist care, expensive diagnostic tests, or medications with no generic alternatives. Yet, under the current system, the very medical care that keeps us alive can destroy our financial future. Medical debt should not dictate someone's ability to buy a home, get a job, or provide for their family. At RareGen, we represent young people across Maryland who have already seen their families devastated by the cost of rare disease care. Many of them, myself included, will need treatment for the rest of our lives. Personally, I live with progressive familial intrahepatic cholestasis, a rare liver disease that requires ongoing medical intervention. My condition is managed by daily medications, specialist visits, and complex lab testing to monitor my liver function. The costs add up, and despite having insurance, my family has faced thousands of dollars in out-of-pocket expenses. We have seen too many Maryland families suffer because of unfair medical debt practices. A RareGen member in Maryland, a single mother with a child who has a rare neuromuscular disorder, was forced to choose between paying for her child's physical therapy or covering her rent. She did what any mother would. She prioritized her child's health, but as a result, she was sent to collections. Her credit score plummeted, and she struggled to qualify for a safe apartment for her family. This is not just a financial issue, it is a human rights issue. Senator Lamb talked about these facts, but I'd like to clear it up and stress it. 2/3 of bankruptcies in the U.S. are linked to medical debt. Patients with medical debt are 3 times more likely to skip follow-up care, and credit scores should reflect financial behavior, not whether someone got sick. Thus, we strongly urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Karthik Pulapati, and I'm the president of RareGen Youth Network, the largest solely high schooler-led youth network of rare disease advocates advocating for individuals with rare diseases. I'm here to testify in strong support of SB 0614 because medical debt is not just a financial burden, it is a systematic barrier that traps patients and families in an endless cycle of hardship. For many rare disease patients, medical bills are not a one-time expense. They are lifelong. As someone living with lymphedema, a rare and severe condition that required a panel of 8 geneticists to diagnose, I know firsthand the cost of just searching for an answer. By the time I received a diagnosis, my family had already spent thousands of dollars on genetic testing and specialist visits, most of which were not covered by insurance. This story is not unique. This is what rare disease patients face every single day. And what happens next? Families like mine, who are doing everything right, who have insurance, who make their payments, still find themselves drowning in medical debt. Under the current system, the debt is reported to credit agencies affecting loan approvals, housing applications, and even employment opportunities. It is a financial punishment for simply seeking medical care. The reality is medical debt is not like credit card debt. No one takes on thousands of dollars in hospital bills recklessly. No one chooses to need an expensive life-saving procedure. A medical bill should not dictate whether someone can get a mortgage or rent an apartment. The key reasons to support SB 0614 are that nearly 1 in 5 Americans has medical debt in collections, and this disproportionately impacts communities of color and low-income families. 44% of U.S. adults have delayed or skipped medical care due to cost, leading to worse health outcomes and higher long-term costs. And the 3 largest credit agencies, Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, have already begun removing some medical debt from credit reports. SB 0614 ensures Maryland leads in protecting all patients. This bill is about fairness, dignity, and ensuring that a medical crisis does not become a financial catastrophe. We strongly urge a favorable report on SB 0614.
Thank you, Chair Beidel, members of the committee, for the opportunity to address this bill. My name is Franz Schneiderman. I work with Consumer Auto Maryland, which is a nonprofit group devoted to safety and transparency for Maryland drivers and Maryland consumers. We're here in strong support of SB 614 because we think it provides important protections for Maryland consumers against the devastating impact that these kind of medical debts can have on their credit record. And there's a paradox here, which is that data do make clear that medical debt does not have the same kind of relationship to future problematic financial behavior that other kinds of debts do. However, those debts under current rules do have a devastating impact on people's credit rating and access to credit, access to jobs, ability to rent apartments, et cetera, even the amount you pay for insurance. You know, that's a destructive situation for millions of consumers. These medical debts are shockingly common, and not just among low-income people. Even, you know, a large number of middle-class people have devastating medical debts they can't pay. In 2022, the Kaiser Family Foundation found that 24% of Americans have medical debts that they can't pay. Now, because of that concerns, federal regulators have made some efforts to confront these issues in recent years, put a lot of pressure on the credit bureaus. The credit bureaus changed the rules to list fewer of these debts on their reports. And in January, the CFPB CFPB issued a very good rule that would have prohibited the reporting of these kind of debts. However, the Trump administration has made clear that that rule won't be taking effect. So it's really important, I think, for the state to step up and provide the kind of protections now that it's clear that federal regulators aren't going to be doing that. 10 states, as Senator Lamb have said, have prohibited that reporting. I would love to see Maryland join the list. Hope you'll give the bill a favorable report. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Patty here today on behalf of the Maryland Community Health System in support of Senate Bill 614. We're a network of federally qualified health centers around the state offering primary care, dental services, and behavioral health services. Obviously, a lot of the patients we serve are low income and vulnerable individuals that already face other financial hardships. FQHCs are committed to providing comprehensive, affordable care regardless of a patient's ability to pay. And this certainly aligns with our mission, advocating for patient-centered care that's not hindered of fear of other financial consequences. And I'll just end by saying we support the bill and hope it gets a favorable report.
Hello, my name is William Steinwiddle. I'm the Deputy Advocacy Director for Homeownership Preservation at the Maryland Legal Aid Bureau, and I thank the Chair, Vice Chair, and Senator Lamb for inviting us to testify on this very important bill. Maryland Legal Aid testifies in strong support of this bill. A lot of the reasons for this bill to be passed have been addressed by my fellow panel members. I just wanted to address two things that have not been addressed. The first thing is that while we've heard a lot about very large medical debts, which of course are very concerning, most medical debts are actually quite small. They may be co-pays, they may be co-insurance, they may be small dental bills, they may be things of that nature. The problem is that a lot of people that take on medical debt, and I've seen this as practicing as a legal aid attorney, don't really have a lot of other debt, which means that if they get one very small, $300 debt from a hospital or a doctor's office, or it gets sold, that could actually damage their credit significantly. Because if you don't have a lot of credit, one small detrimental report can have a very, very detrimental effect. The second thing is that if a medical debt forces someone into bankruptcy, and as has been spoken, that is not out of the ordinary, a bankruptcy also stays on your credit report for 10 years. So it's not as if you file bankruptcy and your credit's going to be improved. In a lot of people's situations, it does have a detrimental effect for a very long period of time. And again, if a person doesn't have a lot of debt and then they file bankruptcy due to one medical debt situation, then again, that bankruptcy being on their credit report for 10 years could have a very strong detrimental effect. So for those reasons, Maryland Legal Aid urges a favorable report on Senate Bill 614.
Thank you for your testimony. Do I have any questions for this panel? We do not. Next, we have two unfavorables, Lisa Jones and Zachary Taylor. Thank you all for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Harris-Jones. I'm here on behalf of PRA Group. Unfavorable on this bill, but it's not really unfavorable because I think we're going to work this out from listening to the sponsor's comments during his testimony. Our concern is not with the intent of the bill. I represent PRA Group. They are a publicly traded company that through their subsidiaries, they purchase debt and they work with consumers and individuals to help pay that debt off. What we're asking for is the CFPB definition of medical debt that the sponsor referenced earlier. We've been working on making sure that bills that have been introduced, there's a bill, Senate Bill 349, that we're working on down in JPR to make sure that definition is consistent with the federal definition that the Biden-Harris administration studied and in January 7th of this year actually decided that this was the best definition to define medical debt. So I'm looking forward to working with the sponsor to make sure that this bill is consistent with what we see on the federal level and what we're doing downstairs and across the street.
Thank you. Zachary?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the time to speak today. I'm here on behalf of the Consumer Data Industry Association. We respectfully oppose this proposal. We represent the consumer reporting agencies founded in 1906. We represent the credit bureaus who are referenced today, as well as background check companies and others. We certainly are sympathetic to a lot of the concerns raised today. I do want to point out, most importantly, we heard so much about the high cost of medical bills. Nothing in this bill would change the fact that the cost of care is what is creating many of these circumstances. We're sympathetic to that. However, the Fair Credit Reporting Act, which is the federal law that governs and tightly regulates both the furnishing of information to consumer reporting agencies and what can be included in a report, does allow for the inclusion of medical debt. It also expressly preempts the states from regulating in a way that contradicts or contravenes that. This proposal would be in conflict with the requirements of the FCRA and what is allowed by it, and so it would be preempted. I'm happy to answer questions and talk further about what our companies have done in this space, as well as talk through some of perhaps the misconceptions about consumer reporting as well. We don't make determinations. Consumer reports need to be full and complete so that they can provide a profile of risk for others to make decisions about lending, of course, about other uses as well. But in the event that reports are suppressed or information is removed, they become less reliable. That hurts consumers who may already be struggling with medical debt by possibly putting them in a situation where they could be approved for other types of loans or financial products that they cannot afford because of those amounts that are still due. And furthermore, it also creates additional risks throughout the system that we could all end up paying for if financial reports and consumer reports are not reliable for people to determine risk. So with that, happy to take questions and do respectfully request the committee issue an unfavorable report.
Thank you. The sponsor has a question. Senator Lamb.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. A question about, I guess, talking about the definition here. So the definition that CFPB uses does not include credit cards. Is that right?
So our concern is, yes, it does. I think it does capture credit cards. However, what we'd like is that I think it does capture credit cards, but the credit cards that are very specific to medical debt, that all you can use the credit card for is medical related transactions. There are credit cards out there right now that you can use for medically related transactions. However, you can also take that same credit card and go into Target and buy a Coke or buy clothes. And so when we buy the debt, we can't differentiate between what was actual medical debt and what was the Diet Coke. And so the way that the feds have defined medical debt takes that concern out. So it's very tight. And so that's why we're looking for the definition that the feds are using.
So is the definition the feds are using, which I assume you mean the consumer
We want the
financial
definition
protection,
that the Biden-Harris administration uses.
does that not include credit cards?
My understanding that it could include a credit card if the credit card is solely used for medical debt. And my understanding is that there are different types. I don't represent that industry, but there are credit cards that you can only use for medical procedures or for pharmaceutical products, things related to medical issues. But there are also credit cards that you can use for those things, but also go into a store and buy anything else with. And that's our concern, that this definition that the feds use is tailored in such a way that it won't pick up those other credit cards.
Won't pick up the credit cards, the general use credit cards that people, I mean, I guess.
I don't represent that industry.
Yeah, no, I get you don't
but-
represent that industry, but you're touching on the definition here, right?
Yes.
You're trying to.
And you
definition's
referenced it too, so we are agreeing with you that we prefer this definition.
Okay. And, the definition's important here, but, I guess my concern is that by excluding some of that, there is medical debt that's placed on those credit cards, right? Even the ones that are general use credit cards, I think. And so my concern is with limiting that it would be narrowing in a way that I'm not sure. We want to think about that a little bit more.
Okay, well, and I should say maybe he can answer. I don't represent that industry.
Go ahead.
I'm just concerned that my client wants to be sure that when they're doing collections or when they're buying debt, that they don't run afoul of a law where they can't differentiate if they're actually buying medical debt or other debt.
Thank you, Senator. I think this raises an important point about making sure the definition is clear and understandable. For the consumer reporting agencies, which we represent, which are the receivers and recipients of this information from furnishers, it needs to be clear that regular credit cards are not included. The credit card I have in my wallet today that I use to pay for parking at the garage. And the reason for that is when that information is furnished to a consumer reporting agency, we do not have the transaction level data, nor do we want it. There's privacy concerns there as well, particularly in relation to the information here. So we would welcome, to the extent that this bill moves forward over our concerns about preemption, we want to be engaged in discussions about the definition to ensure there's not a circumstance in which traditional credit cards are somehow pushed out of consumer reports for the very reasons we stipulate that if you go into a doctor's office, you pay a $10 copay with your card, but also have several $1,000s of unpaid, unrelated, non-medical debt. That puts us in a completely complex situation where we would have difficulty understanding what to do with that information. We'd like to avoid that at all costs. So thank you for the opportunity.
Do you have any sense how much medical debt are carried in these traditional credit cards, I guess?
I don't have an answer for you right now. I could certainly reach out and see what we're able to know. We don't represent the card issuers. We're just the consumer reporting agency, so it's reported to us, not tagged individually based on that account. So if my credit card debt has $10,000, they report $10,000 to the consumer reporting agency. They don't say $8,000 on, vacation, $2,000 at the doctor's office. There's no way for us to see that information. And again, we don't want that information, and there's certainly privacy considerations there as well as it relates to healthcare.
I mean, if you can try to find out how much medical debt is carried by traditional credit cards, that'd be helpful, to the extent that you can find that out.
I'm happy to ask my member companies if they have any information, but again, we don't represent the card issuers. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I do have Mr. Byron Shung, favorable virtually, I think. Is he there? Hi, Byron. Unmute and you can start.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Byron Chung, and I'm a student attorney with the Public Health Law Clinic at Maryland Carey Law, and I'm here to urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 614. Medical debt affects adults in the United States and is different from other types of debt because people do not often have a choice whether to take on medical expenses or not. And the impact of medical debt is felt not just in dollars. Unpaid medical bills are reported the same as other forms of debt on a standard consumer credit report. The presence of any medical debt, even if not in collection status, can severely reduce an individual's credit rating. SB 614 would protect the creditworthiness of Marylanders by limiting what and how medical debt is reported to credit reporting agencies. Like the other panelists have said before, I have seen firsthand how pervasive the effects medical debt can be. I worked in the healthcare field before law school, and I've had patients tell me that they wanted to pursue less effective treatments or would have to lose their entire month's paycheck because of the cost of care. Marylanders have not been spared from the effects of medical debt. Between 2009 and 2018, over 145,000 lawsuits were filed in this state related to the collections of medical debt, leading to over 3,200 bankruptcies and over 37,000 wage garnishments. Shockingly, the median amount of debt targeted in all of these lawsuits was only $944. As mentioned by Senator Lamb, in 2022, the largest national credit reporting agencies announced that they would limit how medical debt was considered on credit reports. However, these changes are voluntary and can be withdrawn at any time. And then finally, the ability of the CFPB and other federal agencies to protect individuals with medical debt is dubious at best because of changes in the federal administration. SB 614 by itself will not solve the problems of medical debt, but it represents a timely and critical step for this assembly to protect patients from the outsized economic effects caused by medical debt for all Marylanders. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this witness? I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 614. And Senator Kramer is what? Okay, we're going to just take a few minute break until Senator Kramer comes back, and then we're going to do Senate Bill 750. Next, we have Senate Bill 750, State Personnel Collective Bargaining Faculty. Senator Kramer, you have a panel of Angelique Coquez, Adam Schneider, Karen Rosenblatt, Amanda Dotson, Donna Edwards, and either John Hudgens or Tina Kelleher. I'm not sure which.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi. All righty then. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Ben Kramer introducing Senate Bill 750. Colleagues, this is a familiar issue, and part of what we hear in the opposition, the disappointing opposition that comes from the University of Maryland system, is that we don't need to worry about collective bargaining for the hard-working faculty at our universities in the state because they have what's referred to as shared governance. So my comments are going to be primarily focused on that particular issue, while also ensuring we don't lose sight of the incredible work that our faculty do at the university system to make it the outstanding university system that it is. I always make this point. Our students and parents of those students do not choose to attend the University of Maryland because of the Board of Regents. They choose to attend the University of Maryland school system because of the incredible hardworking faculty who are in the trenches. By the way, along with our graduate assistants, just figured I'd slip that in. Colleagues, university professors play a vital role in shaping higher education through their teaching, research, and service. However, their ability to advocate for fair wages, job security, and working conditions is limited without collective bargaining rights. The University of Maryland system argues that quote-unquote shared governance provides faculty with a voice in institutional decision-making, but shared governance is not the same as collective bargaining. While shared governance allows professors to participate in discussions, it does not provide them with the legally binding protections and negotiating power that collective bargaining ensures. Recognizing the fundamental differences between these two concepts is essential for protecting faculty rights, maintaining academic freedom, and ensuring the long-term health, colleagues, the long-term health of higher education in the great state of Maryland. Collective bargaining allows faculty members to negotiate with university administrators as a unified group, ensuring that their concerns are formally addressed and resolved. This process is crucial for several reasons. Our university professors, especially adjuncts, part-time, and non-tenure track faculty, face precarious employment conditions with often low pay and often minimal benefits. Collective bargaining enables faculty to negotiate for fair wages, fair benefits, fair working conditions, and fair job security, reducing in particular the exploitation of contingent labor. Faculty must be free to teach, research, and express their views without the fear of retaliation. Collective bargaining can include specific language protecting academic freedom, preventing administrations from making arbitrary decisions that could, in fact, stifle intellectual inquiry. Professors often struggle with increasing workloads, large class sizes, and administrative burdens. Through collective bargaining, faculty can set clear expectations for workload distribution, ensuring a balance that allows them to focus on teaching and research rather than excessive administrative duties. Without collective bargaining, faculty may have little recourse if they are unfairly disciplined or dismissed, and a union contract provides legally enforceable due process protections, ensuring that faculty are treated fairly and that there is a clear procedure for resolving disputes. Collective bargaining promotes transparency and accountability by requiring administrations to negotiate, imagine that, negotiate policies rather than unilaterally imposing policies on our faculty. And this does help prevent sudden shifts in employment conditions and ensures that faculty have a say in decisions affecting their professional lives. The university system claims shared governance as a mechanism for faculty participation in decision-making. While shared governance can provide faculty with a voice, it lacks protections and negotiating power of collective bargaining. So I'm going to quickly read to you, colleagues, a letter that you all should have, I believe, pardon me, in your packets with regard to this issue of shared governance from a member of an employee of the University of Maryland system. On the heftier questions of expenditure, allocation of resources, and work conditions, faculty have no say at all. Make no mistake, what shared governance we do have is a watered down version of it, one that allows administrators to claim, please listen closely, because that's what they're going to do when they come up. They're going to make a claim that their decisions have been made in consultation with representatives of faculty and staff. The distinction between a consultative role and a seat at the negotiating table is key. Consulting faculty is not enough. As stable pillars of the university, while administrators come and go, we faculty should have a seat at the negotiating table to make decisions alongside administrators for the, and colleagues, this is important, for the betterment of our university. And that's why when we have this conversation, I just look back at our friends from the University of System, and it's, hey folks, let us help you to help yourselves to make the University of Maryland system a better place and a better operating system so that we are, in fact, recruiting the very best, retaining the very best. And colleagues, there are 25 states that currently, and including the District of Columbia, that currently afford their faculty to participate in collective bargaining. I will also wrap up my comments today by sharing, Madam Chair, colleagues, yesterday the University of Maryland system had their, University Day here in Annapolis. Lots of folks from the system coming through, visiting various legislators in their offices. I was shared an email that was sent to those faculty who came up here yesterday representing the university system. That email specifically indicated what it was they were and were not permitted to discuss with legislators. If there is, in fact, shared governance of some kind between our faculty and the university administration, how is it they are dictated what it is they are permitted to discuss with those of us here in the Maryland General Assembly? I find that disconcerting, but reflective of the realities of the relationship right now between administration management and the people who keep the trains running on our campuses. So with that, colleagues, I just don't understand why it is that we are eventually, I believe, going to drag the university system kicking and screaming into the 21st century and the year 2025 by actually permitting collective bargaining. Imagine that, collective bargaining rights in the year 2025. And you know what, colleagues? The motto of our great university is fear the turtle. Well, quite frankly, I don't know why, but the administration is shaking in its shell at the thought of allowing these hardworking individuals to have their rights respected and give them the respect that they are due. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. So I called 6 names, and I have 7 people here. So I'm not quite sure what happened, but the young lady, you will not be on the camera unless we move you at the time. But I'm going to call each name and see who's here from the list that signed up. So Angelique, you'll be next.
Here.
All right, will you go ahead and start your testimony, please?
We have a specific order, if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Okay, then I need each person to clearly tell me their name and their position at the university. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Hudgens. I am an associate professor, tenured associate professor, and program director at Coppin State University. I have been there for 31 years, for better, for worse, mostly for better. I'm here to urge you to support Senate Bill 750 to get collective bargaining for faculty in the state of Maryland. I'm going to rush through the points that I have and try to make them very quickly, and if there needs to be some answers, I can do it later on. First of all, it looks like this right of collective bargaining. You don't need to rush. You get 2 minutes, so it's fine. Okay, thank you. First of all, collective bargaining is extended already to most of state employees in the state of Maryland. Maryland is one of those union states, unlike our neighbors to the south. And on our campuses, our staff already have collective bargaining, and you know that faculty at the community colleges have collective bargaining. The only people who seem not to have it are faculty at the four-year institutions. I want to emphasize the fact that as far as we can tell, the bill does not bring a financial burden on the state. Faculty are not crazy in the sense of being greedy. Salaries will be negotiated within the context of budget limitations. And for most of us, our concern is very much about creating a climate, a good working climate, a good learning climate for our students. Right now, shared governance is a charade. It makes no sense. It doesn't work on our campuses. I'm at Coppin. We have a president's committee, which has about 30 people on it. 5 of those are faculty members, 2 are students. The other 23 are people that are directly responsible to the president. And needless to say, that their votes and their participation in that committee usually reflects the president's will. Collective bargaining would, as has been stated, improve accountability by requiring the administration to explain and defend its actions proposed on behalf of the university, especially when those actions are contrary to the will of the faculty. 2 minutes ago. Ask me something later and I'll tell you.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members, my name is Adam Schneider. I'm a clinical associate professor at the University of Maryland at Baltimore. That's a non-tenure track position. I've been there for about a decade and a half in various positions, and I've long heard about shared governance bodies and procedures and have sought to engage in such. These experiences have showed me very clearly the limit of shared governance, how different the narrative is from the reality. Just in the past 6 months, I've heard from faculty members at Frostburg State as a member of the Council of University System Faculty, heard from faculty leaders at Frostburg State whose president touted creation of a budget advisory committee when he was accused of disregarding shared governance. Advisory, that word here is important because that is at best what shared governance offers, the ability to provide some advice. But FSU did not engage that committee when making maybe the most significant budgetary decision in its history, so-called retrenchment, which would have reduced substantially its faculty, may have crippled its programs, its accreditation, and its ability to serve Western Maryland. The retrenchment decision, which was approved by the Chancellor and Board of Regents, was made without prior consultation with faculty at Frostburg State, and the plan was announced, the first time such a plan has been implemented or been suggested in the University System of Maryland without communication with CUSIF. USM leadership has expressed concern when I and other faculty senators have met with legislators because apparently are raising concerns and questions with you all doesn't respect process. If this sort of control is shared governance, then it is indeed quite lacking. And it is no wonder that CUSIF faculty have voted overwhelmingly for a decade and a half in support of extending rights to collective bargaining. Because collective bargaining complements shared governance, covering issues and questions outside of it. Because faculty across the university system at Morgan State and St. Mary's deserve the right to decide for themselves whether to collectively bargain. Like almost all of Maryland's public employees, and like faculty in 25 other states, and at the majority of our peer institutions, I ask for your support of Senate Bill 750.
Thank you. Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee, I'm Karen Rosenblatt, professor of history at College Park and one of 45 tenure-track faculty members who submitted testimony in support of this bill, over 100 total. Today, higher education is under attack. A new generation of McCarthyites is coming after gender studies, African American studies, Latino studies, environmental and vaccine science, and health equity research. These McCarthyites are wielding funding cuts as a crude cudgel. That funding makes up a third of the revenue at my university, more than $1 billion across the USM. Faculty unions have been at the forefront of efforts to preserve the critical work that universities do in sustaining democracy and sustaining the economy of Maryland. Maryland needs faculty unions to secure vital research and the right of students to learn their history and to think critically. In Florida and Ohio, it is faculty unions that have pushed back against the thought police. The American Association of University Professors, which is funded by faculty, is currently filing lawsuits to defend racial justice and accessibility on our campuses. University administrators, by contrast, are either afraid or have their hands tied. They have said almost nothing to the thousands of grant-funded researchers on my campus who don't know if they're going to get a paycheck next week. I offered my President Pines as president of our faculty on our campus to work together to protect vulnerable members of our community. I received no answer. In tough times, we need our unions more than ever. Unions promote budget transparency, which is why unionized campuses have lower per-student costs. During the pandemic, the faculty union at Rutgers saved the jobs of the lowest paid workers by securing temporary cuts to the salaries of higher earners. Members of Senate Finance, please act now and give faculty the tools we need to fight back effectively. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Amanda Dotson. I've been a yearly contractual lecturer at Morgan State University in the Department of Physics since 2017. I call on the committee to issue a favorable report to this bill. I've submitted written testimony, so allow me to highlight a few points. First of all, I am proud to work at Morgan State, and I adore my students. I do it for my students, not to become a millionaire. I'm a vital part of the campus community through my teaching, my service the department on committees, co-writing grants, and my work with students outside the classroom as a mentor, an informal advisor, and a club advisor. For the past 4 years, I've also taken an additional course as an overload course beyond my contract to ensure there's enough sections of popular classes for students who need those classes to fulfill their graduation requirements. Despite my role within the department, teaching core courses work required not only for physics majors, but biology, chemistry, engineering, and math, and also math students and electives for other majors, the shared governance of the University Council has not been sufficient to address the issues that I and other lecturers and instructors face. Most instructor contracts are a 9-month contract that must be reissued on a yearly basis. My current 9-month salary as a full-time employee teaching 4 classes is approximately $51,000, and we know how far that will get us in the state of Maryland. It's not cheap to live here, even though I love it. I have no promotion or career path as a non-tenure track faculty. I do have access to subsidized benefits, but this is not the norm for people in contractual positions like mine. Lecturers and instructors in contractual positions have no opportunity for career advancement and promotion, and there's not a defined path in our faculty handbook. We have no way of addressing these issues as a unified voice, as many of us are contractual, again, and afraid to speak up individually to administration about issues about job security, a lack of career ladder, and a lack of adequate benefits and pay. Having the right to collective bargaining, a right that many other state employees currently have, will give us voice and equal footing with administration and allow us to speak with a unified voice about our needs as lecturers and faculty members, something that is not currently done under shared governance. Faculty work conditions are student learning conditions, and students deserve to have instructors who have a voice. I call on this committee again to issue a favorable report to this bill.
Good afternoon, Chair Bidle, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Angelique Cook Hayes. I'm an assistant professor of English at Baltimore City Community College. I have been an assistant professor of English for 12 years at BCCC, where we have just had our union certified as the bargaining agent for full-time faculty at the college. I call on this committee to issue a favorable report to SB 750. I submitted written testimony, so allow me to highlight a few points. As faculty, my colleagues and I became involved in the union because we wanted to secure better working conditions, fairer terms of compensation, and due process and grievance procedures that truly protect faculty. Specifically, the current administration at BCCC, who, like the 4-year university administrators will do later today, also opposed faculty unionization by relying on the term shared governance. However, they changed the procedures for overload pay. They also deemed the grievance process and due process procedures as outlined in the faculty handbook invalid. The administration's arbitrary changes were alarming and made me realize that as faculty, we need legally binding protection as workers. I can briefly touch on the difference regarding grievance procedures, pre-collective bargaining versus what we have now. And if anyone would like more detail about what we had before collective bargaining versus what we are working on now, I can answer that in a Q&A. But briefly, before collective bargaining, our administration at BCCC acknowledged that there were grievance policies and procedures spelled out in our faculty handbook. But it chose on more than one occasion not to honor the procedures whenever it felt like it. Even when they did honor the procedures in the handbook, the final decision in the process was made not by a neutral, objective third party, but by another administrator at the school. Right now, with the union, we are bargaining a procedure that will be legally enforceable, cannot be changed arbitrarily by an administrator, and can finally be taken to a neutral third party for a final decision if needed. Having the union certified at BCCC has renewed faculty's confidence in speaking up for themselves. To close, I believe the faculty at Maryland's four-year university should have the same opportunity to decide for themselves if they too want to have the same protections and rights that we collectively voted to have at BCCC and that the community colleges currently enjoy. It has certainly improved morale at BCCC. And again, I call on this committee for a favorable report for SB 750. Thank you all.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Donna Edwards. I'm president of the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO, and I'm here once again to urge you to please give the right for the faculty to have the freedom to vote for a union, to form a union, and to join a union if that is what they so choose. We've been here many times on this bill. And I want to go back to what the sponsor said. This panel is why students come. More importantly, it's why students stay. And listening to them, I didn't know I was going to have the honor of being with them. I have goosebumps at the moment when I say that. I was an adjunct professor at the university in the School of Social Work for a brief time. And it is time that they have the right to exercise the freedom to form and join a union. I don't know why the university is afraid of its own faculty. But I want to read something from a member of AFT from 1938 at the Princeton University Local 552. I consider it important, indeed urgently necessary, for intellectual workers to get together, both to protect our economic status and, generally speaking, to secure our influence in the political field. And that member was Albert Einstein. I believe that if Princeton can exist since way before 1938 with unionizing faculty and workers, and the brilliance of Albert Einstein saw that, I believe that the University of Maryland can survive this. Please give a favorable report to Senate Bill 750.
Thank you. I have a question from Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Ms. Edwards, since you went last and the microphone's closest to you. There's a letter of opposition from a professor at University of Maryland in College Park. And it says, I oppose any bill to make union membership a job requirement. Collective bargaining often hurts the workers it's supposed to help, imposing costs on employees for dubious activity and poor representation of employee interests. As further says at the end, should a bill pass, there needs to be a way for employees to opt out of any requirement to join the union. An opt-out procedure is available at other universities. And just in your testimony, you were talking about the freedom of the professors to join a union if they so choose. So is there an opt-out procedure?
There is, yes. I mean, the Supreme Court settled that for us, but you do not have to be a member of the union to be a faculty member in any of the institutions that have collective bargaining.
So you don't have to be. So,
No,
so
you do not.
his opposition is.
While it's sad, it's respected, and he does not need to.
Would not have to be part of it
No.
if he so chooses not to. Okay.
No.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Was it signed Donald Trump down at the bottom? I'm just curious.
I just want to say we submitted that on behalf of that faculty member because we respect his right to dissent.
I mean, I appreciate that too. I didn't know the answer, obviously, so I wanted to make sure that I did. So I appreciate it.
Senator Hershey, are you finished? Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Senator Lamb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have one question, and I think to credit Ms. Edwards' recognition, a lot of smart folks on this panel, and maybe you can kind of illuminate me on this one, because we did have testimony that was dropped or I guess, a written statement dropped off, a letter dropped off in our office that included average faculty salaries. And just wanted to see if you had any thought behind why they included average and not median salaries in this instance.
I mean, it's simple math, right? A few high earners will really skew an average. Well, if you take the median, it's going to be a lot lower. Our faculty, most of our faculty do not earn 3 figures. Most of our faculty are struggling. And as a union, our main goal is to set a floor and bring up the bottom. So I think the concerns about the high earners are non-concerns.
I would also like to, oh, I'm sorry.
No, we don't do that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So basically, it
apologize.
could be skewed by, say, like the football coach or the basketball coach.
Who is a member of the faculty? I mean, his salary is part of that calculation.
I just want to add, though, when the article ran in the Sun paper this year for the highest paid state employees, almost all of the top 150 were from the university.
Check the administrator salaries.
Okay. All right. And there's no other questions for this panel. I'm going to call up the 3 favorables that I have and try to figure out who this other lady is who wasn't on the list. We do require that you sign up in order to testify. So David Marr, Denise Gilmore, Guy Elaine Amosin, and you want to come up and identify who you are, please?
Yes, my name is Tina Kelleher, and you had it listed as John Hudgens or Tina Kelleher. I'm at Towson University.
So it was an either or, but now it's both?
Yeah,
because John testified.
I'm ready to testify, but if I'd like to respect your time as well.
Okay, so David Marr's here, Denise Gilmore's here. Where's Guy Elaine Amosin? Is he here? Okay, all right, go ahead and start.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Dr. Tina Kelleher. I've served nearly 25 years at Towson University in a range of roles and am currently full-time non-tenure track faculty. My actual title is about to change for the 4th time in 3 years, despite doing the same exact job. The USM intends to reclassify lecturers at TU as professors of teaching. Esteemed senators, the best way to empower faculty, regardless of job title, would be to enable collective bargaining rights. As is, according to Towson, I've worked there 3 years rather than nearly a quarter century when calculating retirement and accumulated sick leave, because we only obtained access to such benefits as of 2022. Some lecturers hired since are still being told inconsistent things about their benefits eligibility. Contrary to USM claims, most faculty cannot participate in shared governance. I was the first contingent faculty member elected to serve on the TU Senate back around 2010. The most common questions I heard were not the kinds of things shared governance can address. Tenure line colleagues often learned about decisions at the same time I did, through an email blast or when the Senate was informed of what had already been decided from an undisclosed star chamber. We can no longer afford to stall a bill affirming our democratic commitment to collaborate with administrators in good faith and with transparency. Faculty want our institutions and our students to thrive despite whatever challenges they may face. I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 750. We need shared rather than sham governance, and we need the proverbial table to exist before it's possible to have a seat at it. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Good afternoon. Denise Gilmore with AFSCME Maryland Council 3. We represent non-instructional staff at the University of Maryland who have had collective bargaining rights for almost over 2 decades at this point. We are in strong support of Senate Bill 750, and we're in strong support of these workers who are organizing for a greater voice at the job. Elsewhere in state government, we represent, PhDs in the health department. We represent lawyers. Certainly giving collective bargaining rights to faculty members doesn't seem like that far of a stretch to us. Certainly within the USM, we think that they've got plenty of capacity since they're already negotiating with us. They're negotiating with other unions. They've got plenty of capacity to be able to, negotiate for faculty or here if they want. Look, I think every worker in America deserves collective bargaining rights if they want it. Our faculty are no different. We're proud to be in support and in solidarity with these hardworking Marylanders who really just want to have a voice. So we urge you to, vote yes on this legislation. And then I've got to, because I promised my colleague I would, we're very competitive on sports. He's a Big Ten guy. I'm personally SEC. It's okay, but he wanted to make sure that I got out there that even his college, the University of Nebraska, has faculty collective bargaining, and we can certainly do that here in Maryland too. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Marr. I'm an attorney at KSC Law, and I represent AFT Maryland, as well as other unions and public sector employees in the state. I'm primarily here to answer any technical questions the committee has about this bill. A lot of work has been done to work with the existing USM bylaws and institution definitions to craft how this works. And the bargaining units, the previous panel did a very good job of answering the technical questions you asked of them, but I'm here if there are any more from the committee.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. So thank you to this panel.
Thank you.
All right, so now we have 7 here unfavorable, and I'm going to ask someone to come to the podium with the microphone. Dr. David Wilson, Provost Roger Ward, Sherry Roxas, Allison Wynn, Gregory Carey, Patrick Walforth, and Oksana Mishler.
I'm here representing David Wilson.
You're representing David Wilson? Okay, you'll tell me your name when we get to you. Okay, and somebody's at the podium. Now, do you have a special order, or are we just going to?
I'm going to go first.
Okay, and who's going to go second?
You want to go
Does it
first?
matter?
Sherry
Or do we just go down
second.
the line after that?
We'll go down the line.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Go ahead. Please start.
Thank you. Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony. I'm Dr. Allison Wynn, Senior Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs for the University System of Maryland. Senate Bill 750 has the potential to undermine the successful and ongoing support of academic freedom and shared governance that makes the USM so effective and the state investment provided by all of you so powerful. We have serious concerns about the budgetary implications as well as other issues related to collective bargaining. As we've seen in other states that have collective bargaining, there are increases in costs related to compensation or other benefits. These increases have significant impacts on university budgets. We should always be good fiscal stewards of the state's investment in higher education, especially during these incredibly challenging times. How do we support our faculty as they conduct their triad of responsibilities in teaching, research, and service? Through vigorous backing of their academic freedom and shared governance, as well as a long-standing policy in the USM on faculty grievances. This policy applies to anyone holding a recognized faculty rank, regardless of tenure status or percent time of appointment. The policy is administered typically via campus faculty committee. Academic freedom is a long-standing tradition in American higher education. It is essential to all of us. I agree with Professor Rosenblatt that today it is even more important than ever that we protect this value. The unions are not the only ones fighting for this right now. To claim so is disingenuous. The USM already has processes at each of its universities to protect academic freedom, and academic freedom does not rely on collective bargaining. My colleagues today will testify to their experience as partners with the faculty. We are not here to imply that we agree each time, but there is collegiality and respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to offer comments on Senate Bill 750. My name is Sherry Rojas. I'm the Senior Director of Labor at the USM office. This is more than enabling legislation. The practical reality is that there are union groups both at the table and on the sidelines supporting this legislation who stand to benefit financially from it and who will begin those organizing efforts immediately. Those efforts will undoubtedly include promises to increase wages or win other economic enhancements. But the imposition of additional policy changes, increasing costs to our institutions, particularly under the current budgetary environment, would be more than challenging for our campuses. Faculty collective bargaining is not the most common practice in the U.S. In fact, on average, only 27% of all faculty across the country are unionized. There are some additional concerns with this bill as written. Contrary to the tenets of labor law, the bill would establish broadly defined units, lacking the requisite community of interest for appropriate and effective bargaining. The bill oddly removes the governing body's decades-old authority to define the exclusionary categories across the system, yet keeps the state's similar authority intact for the state. I also want to note that there are established processes and procedures to address concerns, and both statute and policies strictly prohibit retaliation. Finally, nothing in this bill would restrict these newly established units from electing to negotiate on a consolidated basis, something we would argue is not appropriate for these units, and could potentially result in requiring consolidated negotiations covering 3 times the total number of AFSCME bargaining unit employees who are covered under the consolidated MOU, as there are over 17,000 faculty across the USM. For all of these reasons, and for the reasons that will be noted by my colleagues, the USM respectfully urges an unfavorable report on SB 750. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on Senate Bill 750. I'm Oksana Mishler. I'm Clinical Associate Professor at the University of Maryland, Baltimore Dental School. We do not need collective bargaining. We already have a system in place with all the constituents, faculty, staff, students, and administration participating and contributing to decision-making. I can only speak from personal experience. I was a faculty at the University of Maryland, Baltimore Dental School for 14 years. I was a graduate assistant first. I became part-time faculty, then full-time faculty. I started as a clinical instructor, then was promoted to clinical assistant professor, then associate professor. And not even once in these 14 years I felt that I needed something else other than what already was in place. Therefore, I urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 750. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Bido, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the committee. My name is Roger Ward. I serve as Provost and Executive Vice President at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. At UMB, we have cultivated a well-functioning and collaborative shared governance process, one that actively engages faculty in decision-making at every level. Our governance model, built on trust and transparency, allows faculty to participate in strategic planning, budgeting, and executive leadership searches, to name a few. This system works because it fosters direct engagement, not adversarial negotiation. Introducing collective bargaining would disrupt this balance and impose a rigid, one-size-fits-all model that is not suited to the dynamic needs of a research-intensive R1 institution like UMB. Supporters of this bill cite to other prestigious universities with unionized faculty as if to suggest that collective bargaining leads to institutional success or is desired by all faculty. There is no empirical evidence to support this claim. If unionization significantly improved faculty working conditions, we would expect to see a migration of faculty from non-unionized institutions to those with unions. We do not. At UMB, we continue to attract and hire faculty from these very institutions, faculty who choose UMB not because of collective bargaining, but because of the collaborative and collegial academic environment we provide. Senate Bill 750 risks undermining a governance system that already works and that ensures faculty voices are heard. For these reasons, I respectfully urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 750. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Guy Aliamusu. I have the honor of serving as Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Bowie State University. We at Bowie State University take great pride in the positive relationship we have built between administration and faculty by working collaboratively through shared governance on important issues. For example, on a monthly basis, our president, Dr. Amin Tabro, and I meet with Faculty Senate Committee to discuss updates and concerns. The University Council, consisting of faculty, staff, and students leaders, meet to address concerns across the university. I meet monthly with Faculty Senate Exec Committee to work collaboratively on issues. Monthly meetings allow direct access to the provost from the faculty to share ideas and concerns with me. This semester, new initiatives allow me to hold faculty meetings at various levels, from adjunct faculty to full-time faculty, to discuss issues specific to their rank. At the recommendation of the Faculty Senate Executive Committee, our president is convening a shared governance committee to develop recommendations to address our fiscal challenges, particularly this year. In sum, at Bowie State University, President Bro is committed to shared governance, regularly engaging with faculty in meaningful conversation, which foster a positive relationship with the administration. For an institution of our size and with a unique identity, the proposed legislation will handcuff and quote, our ability to effectively grow and sustain our research infrastructure. For this reason, I urge the committee to vote in favorable to Senate Bill 750. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, committee members. My name is Patrick Wolfarth. I'm a professor and the Director of Undergraduate Studies in Government Politics at the University of Maryland, College Park. I'm also here as a Maryland native and a Maryland resident. I'm a product of the Prince George's County Public School System. I'm a graduate of UMBC as an undergraduate. I'm a Howard County resident. And I also had the privilege of serving as a legislative intern for Senator Paul Pinsky about 20 years ago. So I also want to thank you all for continuing to support such a great program and educational experience for our students. I just want to briefly highlight some of the positive working experiences that I've had as a faculty member at Maryland. And from my perspective, all without inviting the potential or likely trade-offs and consequences that may arise with collective bargaining. First, since I've arrived at the University of Maryland in 2011, my base salary has increased by 140%. And that is due to the continued generous support by this legislature and multiple opportunities for me to earn raises through my contributions to teaching, research, and service, through promotions, through merit pools. Second, the benefits that we are provided are excellent, in particular the health benefits. And I have some frame of reference. My wife has a very good job in the private sector, and my entire family, me, my wife, and my one-year-old son, all enjoy the health coverage that this state provides. And it's because it's excellent and it's affordable. And as just one example, my son was born just over a year ago at Johns Hopkins Hospital. We did not receive one bill nor pay $1 for his care and my wife's care. And that is due to the great benefits that we receive. After he was born, I also received ample time off for parental leave to acclimate as a first-time parent. I had supportive colleagues and administrators that allowed me to reacclimate back in my job. I could speak about various other things about academic freedom, our supportive administration, clear workload guidelines, and the like. I urge an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
I am not David Wilson. Somebody may recognize that. My name is Mark Garrison. I am the Dean of the School of Graduate Studies at Morgan State University, and President Wilson has asked me to step in for him because he cannot be here. There are several things that have already been said that I was willing to address, but the big question for me is, or for us, is will collective bargaining actually solve the problems that are being addressed, or are they being addressed in other means as well? We've heard some of that already. At Morgan, faculty salaries are very competitive. We have been hiring recently due to a variety of things that have come our way, and the result has been our ability to hire highly competitive and highly qualified faculty. Again, there is a notion that a collective bargaining will allow us to protect individuals from arbitrary layoffs and contract non-renewals. We have no history of layoffs and no history of arbitrary non-renewals, and there are also existing state protections for many of those kind of things as well. There's a notion that the collective bargaining can address workloads, class sizes, and class input and governance. We have the mechanisms, but we have them at work. We have been working very hard to reach rank 1, and in order to do so, workload is being reduced, and it's being reduced with plans put forward by faculty. In fact, the whole workload policy now is one that was developed by faculty. Our class sizes are already small, and it's been quite typical, and we have a university council that is very, very active in input into the development of policies. No policy can go to the board without its approval, and there's a large portion of faculty and staff on that particular board. I think that just about covers all the things I can get in this time, so I want to urge our position on the committee providing an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? Senator Kramer.
You had called my name earlier?
What's your name?
Greg Carey.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll have your testimony, and then Senator Kramer will ask questions.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished members. My name is Dr. Greg Carey. I'm a tenured associate professor of microbiology and immunology and associate dean at the School of Medicine up at UMB. I served in a number of additional capacities. Moreover, I developed and lead several funded research education programs that serve dozens of undergraduate, medical, and post-bac students each year. I've been a graduate student, like some of my colleagues have mentioned, and some of the ones who were on the panel before. As a graduate student, I completed 2 competitive postdoc fellowships in cancer biology before I became a member of the Greenbaum Cancer Center up at UMB. I advised, I helped to keep the wheels on the train. I advise, teach, and serve on a number of student and institutional committees. Most of my salary support is derived from grants and contracts. Hours are long, funding is extremely competitive, and can be extraordinarily unpredictable, as we're seeing right now. However, in these times like these, we ponder and we may wish or consider guarantees of collective bargaining. However, for us at UMB, shared governance and direct access to our leaders works for us, as we consider many, many variables to best support our faculty, staff, students, our institution, and ultimately families. UMB students, faculty, and our representatives provide direct inputs into decision-making and operations. Our faculty and staff also operate in varied teaching environments or service environments. For example, in teaching or clinic or research, at development, administratively, and many combinations thereof. Incentives and retentions are complex in consideration. However, we work hard together to sustain the enterprise to the benefit of the UMB community and to incentivize and reward exceptionalism and academic and creative freedoms through shared governance. Through direct access, the UMB community and leadership work together, and we consider individual and collective needs and come to consensus on the best paths forward. This is done in full transparency. This is why I urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 750. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carey. So, Senator Kramer, your turn.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, and I'll try to work quickly down the line and be as brief as I can and hope to get brief, responsive answers to the questions that I will be posing. Can I begin with, and sir, I believe you were not on our list, but is it Mr. Erickson?
Garrison.
Erickson?
Garrison, G.
Garrison, I'm sorry. Great, thank you. So real fast, Mr. Garrison, you represented to the committee that at Morgan, faculty salaries are very competitive and there are no issues with layoffs or other problems at the university. So let me ask you this question. This bill does not mandate anything. It simply provides that for those faculty who in fact believe there is reason to benefit from collective bargaining, that this is an opportunity for them. Therefore, my question for you is simply, if everything is hunky-dory at Morgan, what are you worried about in offering this opportunity? It's not mandating it, simply offering it for those who maybe have a different mindset from your own on this issue. What's the harm?
I would say that the experience that we have in the kind of language we're hearing now suggests a highly adversarial relationship that's going to emerge.
What's adversarial about negotiating?
There's nothing adversarial about negotiating.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to move quickly down the line. Mr. Wolforth, quick question for you. You are happy as a clam at the university system. I think that's great. Your salary went up 160%, which may or may not be meaningful depending on what that initial salary was. But I'm not going to ask you to share that. That's not our business. But we recently had somebody come in and tell us about, well, there was 150% increase in such and such. Well, that meant they went from 1 to 2.5 out of several dozen. So that 160%, I'm glad you're satisfied with it and your health benefits. The bill before you does not mandate anything. So why are you concerned at the prospect of giving your fellow faculty colleagues the opportunity, if they choose? If their sentiment is like yours, God bless, they're not going to want to do this. But if they have a different perspective from your own and your own experience, why do you feel they should be denied that opportunity, sir?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Two things. One, I'd like to make sure I did not misspeak. The change in my salary was 140%. If I said 160,
my
I
apologies. That may be on me.
It might be on me. I don't remember. But to answer your question, my concern is for larger institutional trade-offs. So I'm concerned about what might occur with the introduction of collective bargaining, such as the need to increase tuition, the slashing of funding for various programs that support undergraduates, the amount of money that we might have to have a robust doctoral program, all of which can strike at the heart of the university's mission.
Do you have any empirical documentation that would reflect that those concerns are a reality or just speculation on your part?
Well, I don't have access as just a kind of rank and file professor.
Okay.
But my working assumption is that this would likely lead to higher costs, and those costs would have to be made up somehow.
Now, and I appreciate your working assumption. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorry, and I apologize if I'm missing appropriate titles. Is it Dr. Ward?
That's correct.
Dr. Ward, okay. Dr. Ward, you indicated that the system works and that collective bargaining would create a one-size-fits-all model. How have you concluded that somehow collective bargaining, instead of providing an opportunity for all sides to participate, creates a one-size-fits-all model, which I will proffer to you, Doctor, is what the proponents of the bill who sat at the table before you indicated is the current model at the system. The one-size-fits-all is what their current experience is.
What's the question? I'm not following the question.
I was asking, how have you concluded that collective bargaining, the opportunity to bargain collectively would create a one-size-fits-all model?
Because that has been the experience of my colleagues at other institutions where collective bargaining exists.
Do you have documentation that validates that, sir?
I could supply you with that.
I think this committee would be very appreciative of your documenting that somehow collective bargaining in the 25 states and the District of Columbia has created a one-size-fits-all model. I believe the committee will be looking forward to that documentation.
That wasn't how you framed your question about 25 states and the District of Columbia, but I'll provide you with the information I have.
Okay, thank you for that. It's Ms. Mishler?
Dr. Mishler.
Dr. Mishler, thank you, Doctor. Doctor, you just carte blanche made the statement, we don't need collective bargaining. Well, if you don't need collective bargaining and your colleagues agree with you, then the outcome will be that you don't have collective bargaining. But what if your colleagues disagree with you in that notion and they choose to have collective bargaining? Why does that cause you concern if a majority of your colleagues decide this is what we would like to have?
There is no concern about my colleagues because my colleagues, and I can't speak for the entire university system of Maryland, I can only speak for my colleagues at the dental school, which falls under UNB. We're very happy with what we have. And we just don't want to break what we have and have something else and create a confusion, perhaps. This is why
You think your colleagues are that easily confused that somehow if collective bargaining came to these individuals who are obviously intellectuals, that that's going to create confusion for them?
No.
And the notion of being afforded the opportunity to bargain collectively, they're that easily confused? What field are you in?
dental school.
Dental
I'm in
school.
dental school, yes.
And when they get into a patient's mouth and see all those teeth in there, should we be worried about confusion?
How is it relevant?
I'm just curious if that's all right. We're getting off in an alleyway. Excuse me, and this will be the last question. And I know everyone's relieved. Is it Dr. Wren? Ms. Wren, tell me how to address you.
Well, we're at our third or fourth time. It's Dr. Wren.
Dr. Wren, great. So, Doctor, your opening statement was collective bargaining undermines academic freedom. How in the world is it possible that by giving the respect and the dignity to the employees of the University of Maryland system, by affording them the opportunity, if they choose to bargain collectively, how does that undermine academic freedom? Please, Doctor.
I stated collective bargaining has the potential to undermine academic freedom. I
Okay,
didn't say
so
that
let's step
undermined
back. Now we're going to look at how does it have the potential to undermine academic freedom by simply providing the dignity and the respect to the hardworking women and men on our campuses that if they choose to bargain collectively, it is going to potentially undermine academic freedom. Don't you think giving them the freedom to decide how they want to interact with the administration, in fact, provides them with academic freedom?
I believe that we already have a system in place that they have the right to access and the responsibility to become a part of in terms of shared governance, and faculty make choices about that. And they have rights and responsibilities related to academic freedom. Academic freedom is created so that they have the right to teach and conduct research and service on things without worry about external political pressures. And so I believe we have a system in place that works.
And were you here during the testimony of all of those folks who came up a moment ago who listed all the reasons shared governance is not, in fact, collective bargaining? And under shared governance, they can come to you and say, here's what we need. Here's what we have to have. Here's what would help us. And the outcome can simply be you thank them and they never hear from you again. Do you think that is the equivalent of collective bargaining?
I don't believe shared governance and collective bargaining are the same thing.
Good, thank you. And I appreciate your candor. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. Senator Lamb.
Yeah, I just have two questions here. I think it was referenced that there are many other states that have permitted collective bargaining for their university systems, and including many peer institutions. And I think it's like 25 other states or more. All those institutions, I presume, also have shared governance because it's a common kind of faculty arrangement at these higher ed institutions. And they seem to do quite as well. And some of them, I think Maryland, the university system, oftentimes holds itself to a very high standard. And I'm just trying to understand why then, in that instance, can these other peer institutions allow for collective bargaining while having shared governance, and our system really has a difficult time coming to grasp with this. And this keeps coming up and up and up.
Well, I really can't address why other states have made these choices.
But then why do you think Maryland, why we as a state can't do this? Because I think there's a contention here that it would lead us to be less competitive, that we wouldn't be able to attract good faculty. I think other states seem to do just fine when they have both, in those instances, when they have both shared governance and collective bargaining. What's the comparative analysis here?
Well, I didn't make the argument that it would make us less competitive, so I'm not sure. I will say, and Sherry's got more expertise on collective bargaining, one of the folks on the panel did address concerns about a potential lack of merit pay. As someone who was a faculty member in a state that had bargaining units, there was no merit pay, and that can be deeply frustrating.
And so I just want to add that I will admit that I have not gone and researched every state statute on collective bargaining and how it's structured, right? But collective bargaining for public sector employees is something that is driven by state law. And every state law varies in how they structure their collective bargaining and the rules and the parameters that are around collective bargaining. I can tell you in the state of Maryland and under the Board of Regents bylaws and the shared governance bylaws, excuse me, once a group decides to elect an exclusive representative to represent their interests, that group is the only group that can represent the interests of that unit. And so the shared governance committee then can only really talk about and address issues for folks who are not in a bargaining unit. And that's why it becomes challenging in the state of Maryland for shared governance and collective bargaining rights to coexist. And I do think one of the sort of larger problems, at least from my perspective with the way this bill is written, is as written, this bill would permit consolidated collective bargaining. So if there is one union who represents more than one unit across the entire system, that union has the choice to elect to negotiate on a consolidated basis. I think you're all very familiar. But what that means for our institutions, we have so many institutions with different budgets, different missions, unique needs. We have HBCUs, we have medical schools, we have law schools, we have a flagship, we have academic institutions, we have research-focused institutions. We're somewhat unique of a system in that regard. Even in the state of California, they don't have all of those different types of institutions in the same system. They have two different systems. One's for institutions, generally speaking, one is for institutions that focus on research. The other system is for those institutions that are more of the academic institutions. So it becomes really difficult to have a consolidated bargaining framework across the system for institutions where the faculty are doing such varied work. And with consolidated bargaining, you could have a faculty unit who is subject to the same MOU as a non-exempt unit or an exempt unit, or even a police officer unit if those groups are represented by the same union.
So, I just think it's important to point out that exclusive representation is a core collective bargaining rule, probably applicable across all these states that have shared governance and collective bargaining permitted. Last question here, I guess, is with regards to shared governance. All of you, I think almost all of you have kind of referenced the fact that there is currently shared governance as part of the process that our higher ed institutions go through. But shared governance is, there's nothing that gives firm authority to faculty as part of the shared governance process to stop something, right? So shared governance is a discussion, it's a dialogue, it's engaging in outreach. If the administration still decides to do something, they can overrule faculty as part of that shared governance as well, right? So that there's nothing stopping, or it doesn't call for a vote. There's nothing like that when it comes to shared governance. Shared governance is really just kind of advisory and dialogue. Mm-hmm. I see nodding, so it sounds like that's correct. All right, thank you.
I don't see any other questions. That ends this panel and ends the hearing for Senate Bill 750. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Senator Kramer, you have the last bill of the day, and then we're going to vote. Senate Bill 754.
Yeah.
Yes, he has another one.
This one's not a doozy. Okay.
He has no witnesses.
Hey, man. How are you? Look at you. He's passionate. Yeah. I like that. How's everything? He's good. Yeah, he's good. Good. Everything.
Can we go out quietly, please? We need to finish this hearing. Please go out quietly. Senator Kramer, just a reminder, this bill passed the committee and the floor last year unanimously, and you have
My goodness.
You have no witnesses favorable or unfavorable on this bill.
Oh, my goodness. All righty then. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and colleagues on the Finance Committee. Ben Kramer here to introduce Senate Bill 754. And as the chair just reminded me, this bill passed this committee unanimously last year, and unanimously, by the way, the year before. And I think there was only a vote in opposition the year before that. So we got a great history of doing the right thing on this legislation, colleagues. The bill before you is the Small Business Truth in Lending Act. I'm not going to put a whole lot of time into it at the moment, with the hope that once again we will get the right thing done, get this bill passed, get it off the Senate floor again unanimously, hopefully keep it from getting sideways across the street. And I know some of our friends will be doing their very best to try to make it sideways across the street, but we'll see how that plays out. And the bill, quickly, colleagues, just brings a little bit of reality to a financing industry that has been taking too much advantage of our small mom and pop businesses by charging them incredibly excessive interest on small business loans. The goal here is to protect our mom and pop businesses by simply providing them one piece of information when they take these fintech loans, an annual percentage rate. That's all this bill does. It requires, like all the other lending done out there, an annual percentage rate so that these small mom and pop businesses know what they're getting into. And it's interesting, the industry is now broken down into almost two divisions. The folks who want this because they're the good actors and they want to be able to compete fairly with the folks who are out there trying to pull the wool over the small mom and pop businesses and rip them off with these high interest rates. So you got a whole sector that's saying, yes, let's do this the right way. Please require an APR. So colleagues, just a refresher, the 6th largest economy on the planet, California, passed this bill several years ago. The opposition came in and said, oh my God, it's the end of the world and everybody's going to pull out. Well, guess what? Nobody has pulled out of the business. The industry had sued. The courts found in favor of the legislature, and the bill has been the law of the land in California, quickly followed by the great state of New York. So two of the largest economies in this nation have been utilizing the same exact language that is in this bill. The industry has been very busy trying to come up with something as an alternative that would not provide at all the disclosure that the bill before you does. And they've been rushing around trying to get that bill passed, claiming that it does provide disclosure, and again, it does not. So colleagues, let us provide the same protections for our small mom and pop businesses here in Maryland that New York and California now have been doing for several years. With that, I'm going to cut it off there because this committee has done the right thing on behalf of our small businesses in the state now for a couple of years. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and happy to answer Senator Hershey's question. And that's all I got.
Senator Hershey. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator, we appreciate you acknowledging the wonderful work that we've been doing here in the Senate all these years and getting it past the Senate. Did you ever consider maybe a different sponsor to get it through the House?
And thank you for that. I will share with you that the House has its own sponsor. Thank you very much. But I appreciate your sharing that perspective.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for Senator Cramer? Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony, Senator Cramer. This ends the bill hearing on Senate Bill 754 and ends the public hearings for today in Senate Finance. Please be patient and be still as we prepare